Welcome in Blue Otter Premier League for our second lower quarterfinal matchup. Up with Elysium and Team Cell Invade. We're already straight into this one, Rue. Immediately, Ari J4 Nocturne taken off the board. But about this matchup coming at hand, Elysium were probably not expected to see themselves in a lower bracket run. Meanwhile, on the side of Team Solo Invade, despite their previous successes in the Blue Otter Premier League, definitely struggled and scraped their way into the final spots of the playoffs here for Blue Otter Premier League. But we already saw one relative upset go happen yesterday, so see what can play out for us today in this one. And continuing on, Zach and Rise further taken off the board along with the Xin Zhao.
Yeah, multiple things. You covering draft, covering stakes of the series. We are flying straight into things.
Yeah.
TSI, of course, being the 6th seed, barely scraping through, as you mentioned. Elysium, the 1 seed, and instantly expelled down to the lower bracket by Final Boss last weekend. As such, this is kind of the Titan up against the nobody in some regards, but it's a nobody that has been there before, which is kind of weird to say, right? This is TSI who have been to the mountaintop and have fallen down a little bit since then, to make a spy reference to yesterday as well. A couple of ADCs being at least looked at there by Elysium. They hover the Ash for about 30 seconds before finally switching to the Seraphine. Or TSI taking the Jinx here to start things off. And I think the best thing from both teams' point of view is that we have all 5 starters able to play in this best of 5 today. That isn't something we were able to say yesterday, but it's something I'm glad we are able to say for today. And that should mean we get the best series possible.
It's an interesting switch from Elysium. They were hovering the Ash earlier, as you mentioned, switch over to the Seraphine. To be fair, Jinx has already been selected, so it'd be a very difficult angle for TSI to lock it in. But they pick up the Mel in the meantime on the R2 pick. What are your thoughts on that one, Rue?
I think you're obviously wanting Sash Seraphine lane, but it's very unlikely, as you say, for TSI to take it away at this point. And Mel into Seraphine can be quite annoying, right? The ability to, not without an ultimate, effectively gain an ultimate, right? Anything that's those kind of ultimates that you throw out as a projectile, Mel suddenly gains a whole lot more power. That's why into the Jinx as well has a lot of power from that point of view. If she can be the one to tank up a Megadeth rocket to the face, suddenly it goes back the other direction and it can do a whole lot of work. And it also leaves the Ash to be taken here on 3 if you like it. Still into the Jinx Nautilus with the Neferi alongside, I think you can go for it. Otherwise, you don't have to. You can just take your jungle, try and match this Neferi. I feel like Elysium always trying to bait out an Ash bad at this point.
Yeah, the Wukong going to be selected by Elysium into the Neferi. A little bit slower on that front with the Wukong, but obviously once you hit that level 6 with the Cyclone, becomes one of the best and most versatile junglers in the game, and is still, as has been the meta for the last year and a bit, is 80 jungle bruiser. So can definitely fit the bill as being a strong early game jungler, or maybe not early game, but like mid game. As you mentioned, trying to bait out the Ashe ban is exactly what TSI go for with their first ban of the second round, taking the Ashe way alongside with Elysium taking out the Victor and the Mordekaiser.
I do wonder where this Mel's actually going to end up, because it's not as straightforward as it used to be, right? It's not just Mel has to go mid. I feel like we're kind of back at when Mel released, is that she's not great, at least in solo queue anywhere. And these 2 bans from TSI might make Elysium flex out to the bot lane and kind of try and get a little bit of the mental advantage heading into the series. They could completely go against that as well and just take a dominant lane with the Caitlyn. I feel like maybe even just going top there and showing we have flexibility could have been very interesting, but gonna give up the ghost somewhat, and now TSI can take a very comfortable matchup into Mel, of which there are plenty. Right? Mel's one of those champions that has like 40% win rate against some other champions in mid. Right? It is that gutted to the point of it sucks against outscaling. It sucks against the disgusting poke that champs like Orianna have. As long as you don't have projectiles, you're going to be in a pretty good position. And Orianna's yet another one that can really bully out the Mel in the early game.
Yeah, and also has plenty of layering with the Neferi and the Nautilus. And whoever gets targeted by them, it's easy to follow up with the Shockwave to delete whoever is unfortunate enough to be able within the sights of Team Solo Invade. Luckily, though, for the side of Elysium, Caitlyn is pretty long ranged, and Mel can definitely negate a few of that a few of those options later on with the rebuttal if timed correctly. And okay, Yone for Team Solo Invade suing blind into the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of expecting to pick a Scion themselves because that is the best top laner left. Turbofly is not exactly known for his tanks, a lot more known for his counter picks, of which Yone is a great one into said Scion. But now this is just a different counter pick, right? You show the Yone first, and now good luck. Enjoy Malphite.
Yeah.
What is there to do against a Malphite? Amazing value went up against the Yone, amazing value into the Shinx, the Neferi as well. Got a real tough time having any impact, he felt. The only thing you can potentially do here for TSI is try and switch these lanes around, at which point you've then got Yone into Mel, which is miserable in the other direction, right? Because he's giving your Orianna a great advantage into top side, but suddenly the Mel's back in the game somewhat from how you were looking earlier on in the draft. This is surprising to just take the Yone blind and a solid punish here by Elysium.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, with the amount of like physical damage on the side of Team Solo Invade, Malphite's going to get an absolute, insane amount of value alongside the Wukong as well. Going to be very difficult to kill off from the side of Team Solo Invade. The best bet at it would be to really just ignore the front line as much as possible. Obviously, the Neferi and the Yone have abilities to jump onto that backline. Orianna following up with Shockwave. If it is placed perfectly onto the Caitlyn, onto the Mel, it can definitely start. It's definitely in the fight long before the Malphite and the Wukong have much a say in that matter. But obviously, a lot of that will depend on being able to set up and be able to pick out these flanks onto the carries of Elysium.
Yeah, it's gonna be very difficult here, I think, to run this comp now for Team Solo Invade. I feel like if you get tanked top, then you are in a great position. Your front to back is looking amazing. You have very clear fight start. You can either go Neferi for ball delivery into a Shockwave, or you can just send your Nautilus at them. If it's a Scion, you can also start the fights off that way, similar to an Ornn, similar even to the Malphite, which would have been a lot more dangerous to be taking, to be fair, on B5. Now they have the Yone, your front line is this Nautilus. And I'm going to be honest, against Mel, Wukong, Caitlyn, that's a paper-thin front line. You are not going to have a lot from that perspective, and it means you're going to have to be looking for those really awkward team fights. You're going to have to be approaching from multiple different angles. Once the fight starts, maybe it's okay. If you're spread out enough, the Malphite can't get true value from his ultimate. The Caitlyn's going to struggle to work out where to position. The Mel can only throw so many abilities in so many directions, and Seraph can appeal a couple of things at a time. You can maybe get these fights to work, but the degree of difficulty for this TSI comp took a massive jump when they picked Yone instead of picking a tank top, and that might be the deciding factor in game one such as this.
And we'll have to see how that plays out for Team Solo Invade with the creative outlook on their draft. To be fair to them, Elysium, one of the better team fighters in this league, so trying to play on a different wavelength to them instead of matching up against some of the best at what they're best at might be what they look for to be able to take this game one. But we'll have to see how it pans out once you've loaded onto the Rift at the short spectator delay. We will see you there. And we are ready to go, finally, for Team Soul Invade up against Elysium here in the Blue Otter Premier League lower quarterfinals. We apologize for the extended delay, is what happens when teams, we suspect there was an early pause. And that's what took the extra delay. But coming into this one, Rue, since it's been a while since we are in draft, have us a little rundown of what we suspect things are going for here in game one.
Elysium, good fighting. TSI, good side laning. That's the long and short of this one. It should be able to dominate on side lane, should TSI, right? Yone and Oriana, two very solid side laners. A lot of pressure through mid as well with the Jinx. If you're kind of even in the game, you can really put the pressure on, especially towards these turrets, and towards the kind of 20 to 25-minute mark, where you really look to come online. Elysium, on the other hand, they don't have to worry about that so much. Their side lanes are a little bit difficult to play out, especially you melt into Oriana. Not going to be all too easy, as we're already seeing. It's not too easy to stand up to the ball wielder. And Turboflyer as well, he's going to be tanky, especially into Tommy buckets, but it's not always enough to just be tanky. Right? You've got to find a way to clear the waves, and you've also not going to be having the wave too close to some of your own turrets. So it's going to be very interesting to see what happens in that side in particular, but we can already see Frost doing some very nasty things to Starburrito. And Tommy is down a level, but has got level 2 ticked up just in time to somewhat trade back into Malphite, who is doing this. Ouch.
Yeah, it's Malphite things early on into the units. It's what we expected, but as things are going,
Ooh.
before we get to that, a hook from Gunny, thick from max range, hits its way onto Reckoning. Counter damage, drops down a decent amount onto Wolfman to make it relatively even in the end.
Yeah, but Reckoning does lose the cannon. Not really as a result of the trade, but it kind of happens anyway. So overall, definitely positive there for TSI. This is expected in the lane, right? You're not supposed to be able to do much as a Nautilus Jinx, and unfortunately your cannon also is going to be missed as we get another hook. Hello.
A Gunny Thick hitting relics this time, but again, the
Oh
response
my
before it
god,
gets to
mid.
that star burrito, going to have to use the rebuttal to keep himself alive. But no health, no mana is going to force the recall and the teleport out from the mid lane of Elysium.
Still holds onto his flash though, so it's not the worst. As long as he doesn't randomly die under the turret from just kind of overstaying, everything will be okay. He definitely can't stay here. Those 3 minions are dead to the turret, even if he was there to stick around. Gets the XP, takes the base. Back to jungle we go though, because Bees and Mango both skipping camps to get to this crab on time. Surprised they're so late.
Yeah, Smite goes down, goes away of Speeds. Frost is going to be the first to join up. Relics is already roamed up. Gunny Thick going to be soon to follow. Mango taken down low, going to get away from the hook. First blood goes the way of Frost, but Star Burrito has finally arrived. Frost going to flash away, not going to be enough. Star Burrito, the one that finds the kill, as you mentioned, with the execute. Snare not going to find its way onto Gunny Thick, who instead turns south around the wall, is snared up by the Mel, and the hook won't quite hit the wall, so Gunny Thick will also go down 2-1 to Elysium.
Yeah, that's a really awkward play from both sides. I feel like that should have been more winning for TSI. If they were to just hard commit into the fight, it definitely is, but their engage tools aren't really there just yet. It is literally just this Nautilus, and when those dredge lines aren't fully connecting, you don't have a way to make the other team commit into you. As such, you don't get to take advantage of the fact that it was 4v3. The Seraphine also moving up earlier definitely helped out Elysium, as they were just ready to skirmish, even without Star Burrito, who we pointed out before, was forced into the fountain, forced to take that base, had to come back with TP, meant that he was late to the fight, but he ends up turning up just about in time for Elysium to win things out in the long run. The crab does go over to TSI though, so I guess from that perspective, all's well that ends okay. And Frost also picking up a kill definitely feels good for him, as both mid lane is now quite accelerated. The extra kill into Reckoning, though, should matter a whole lot more than a little bit more gold on mid lane.
Yeah, and as Frost did recall a little later, with more CS does have a slight advantage in terms of damage at this point in time, as we already mentioned, with the favorable matchup. However, it is slightly negated from the double buffs that Star Burrito did get in that previous exchange. So definitely negating out the early advantage that Frost has, at least for the time being.
Yeah, Frost should be in a pretty dominant position still in mid lane here, but unfortunately, no flash after that exchange. So Star Burrito, you say, should be able to get back in somewhat, even with the item disparity. Should be okay, as tension turns back down to bot lane once more. The dragon has spawned. And as expected, the Seraphine enabling the Caitlyn to push pretty freely. Reckoning is going to need a base on this timer. Quite low on mana, hasn't taken base yet. Wolfman already has been back, so
He's
should
level
be different. Star Burrito
6.
still walking up. Hello.
Bees going to force the flash out of Star Burrito. No real link up between the mid and jungler there. Frost was a bit too far back to really capitalize on the gank. And now Bees getting spotted out by Mango and Relics right as the Drake spawns. And with Reckoning going with the recall and some of the recalls coming out from Gunny Thick, you might suspect this could be the timer that Elysium look forward to start up Drake. Of course, right as I say that, Mango, well, canceled his recall. Star Burrito as well, taken very low, dangerously so, but still sticking around. And as the recall from Frost does stay, will not be punished for it.
Very close, though, from Star Burrito. Playing right on the edge there. Frost, just a tiny bit of damage could have got that kill, but not quite enough this time. And Star Burrito will hold on and be able to get that base finally and cash in on that kill, as well as about the 20 30 CS he's got since that kill as well. There is the lost chapter in response. Right now is when we're kind of even on items in mid. Before is a little bit interesting. Also interesting on bot here is the Fury's turned up.
Going to land its way onto Reckoning. The immediate flash wave from the Caitlyn to buy space, and as soon as that dredge line goes from Gunny, we've talked about this earlier, especially Yuru, since it's not available, they're going to have to back away, and Mango now has arrived only level 6. I mean, only level 5, not quite level 6. Frost, as you mentioned, is roaming down from the mid lane. Will be first to arrive. Star Burrito shouldn't be long to follow. Smite goes down onto Scuttle Crab for Mango. The rest of Elysium start hightailing it out. Star Burrito now arriving into the river from mid lane through the bush, but positioning currently to the side of Team Solo Invade. Scuttle Crab does give the vision to Elysium, though. So they were... The wise is the positioning of TSI will know that the Drake has been started up. Yeah, it's from Reckoning with a 90 caliber net, just barely getting out of the dredge live gunning. I think that could have been awful for Elysium. But their AC is still alive.
Scar?
It is a 3v4. Star Burrito, though, gets Frost down to half HP. Reckoning is moving its way back in. The collapse attempted to come through. The snare finds its way onto Bees, who will go untargetable. Frost gets a kill on Relics to start things out, but it's immediately traded back 1-for-1. Bees goes down in response. Wolfman is exciting, trying to get the kill on Reckoning, but the double kill, the collapse from Star Burrito finds its way through, and even though Gunny Thick is able to trade one back onto Reckoning, it's a triple kill for Star Burrito.
And this is what happens when you fight an enemy team to face the game where you might not be the strongest yourself, right? We are playing Jinx, Orianna. Nefiri's pretty strong at this point in the game. I'll give you that. Nice execute found by Gunny, just about able to avoid Relics there. But Relics will still get the XP from that kill, if nothing else. But as I say, this is not where Jinx is strong, right? A kill on the Jinx, sure. That point, probably pretty strong with the reset. Could maybe turn that fight around, but he went so all in to try and get that reset onto Reckoning that he ends up stepping way too far forward. And this is the point in the game where Mel is so incredibly obnoxious because she doesn't care about having a bunch of items. She just kind of gets the stat check. She's one of the mid lane mages that will really stat check people early on because of the execute, because of the consistent damage she can get towards the execute as well, building up the stacks off of landing abilities, building up the stacks off of landing auto attacks. And at that point, you're playing against, you're kind of like 90% of your health bar against 100% of the enemy's health bar. And when it's so early on, you don't have any item discrepancies to push it in one team's favor or the other. It is just that base difference of one team doesn't have to kill you quite as much as you have to kill them. And that is the whole difference there in that fight. Ends up in a triple kill for Elysia's mid laner, who now gets that base with a fated Ashes very close to making a Blackfire Torch already. 6 stacks of the Dark Seal too. And mid lane is looking much more difficult for Frost to even have a think of trying to hang on to.
Yeah, getting that close to, as you mentioned, to the Blackfire Torch is such a strong point for the side of Elysium. They ended up not trying to finish off the Drake either, so it is still up and available all the while. TSI immediately hightailed it up to the Grubs. They were able to claim all 3, but with Elysium up 1k gold, with the Drake still available, we gotta figure that the positioning of Mango, they're going to be looking to be able to make it first Drake relatively soon.
Yeah, well, both junglers need to go through their camps once more, right? Once you've been so long on on one side trying to get an objective, once that fight dissipates, you have to go back around, get those camps. Otherwise, you're going to be the ones that fall behind as both junglers. If either went straight back to this Drake, it would have just been kind of game over for both junglers in some regards. Instead, they go for the reclear, but look at how much slower Bees was in that reclear because he went to the grubs. He's now 2 camps behind in terms of just pure clear speed. You've got to get the red and the Krugs before he's able to go back around another time compared to Mango, who's able to just go through the full 6 and then look towards the Drake, which he then takes happily for his team. The grubs that actually are going to end up being the difference, just a difference in tempo that Bees has to respect. Thought about going over the wall, looking for a snipe away, but was not to be the case this time. It ends up with first Drake going over to Elysium. If they can start stacking these Drakes, it's a very formidable comp they have for that kind of 30-minute power spike, a 25-minute power spike. Caitlyn at 2 to 3 items, Mel at 2 to 3 items, Malphite at any number of items, more than one, probably going to be enough. And Wukong's going to be Triforce Black Cleaver type things. Honestly, already it's looking quite difficult for TSI to really work their way back into this, especially bearing in mind where the kills have gone as well. Star Burrito has been pushed a little bit out of lane here, but he doesn't care. He already has his item. Once he presses B, there it is in his inventory. And you got Frost who's trying to do something, but the best he's going to do is be able to trade away for it. Bees, though, is at least going to get some Raptors.
Yep, takes it away from Mango right under his nose. Just a little bit faster on the smite, or actually, to check now, Mango didn't have it, so she's from Bees there. Will start to close the gap in terms of the farm in the jungle that we were mentioning earlier, but the response now from Mango is to immediately try to invade Frost.
His Raptors are slower. He went grubs. His Raptors are so much slower. Mango tries for it, but they're not there yet.
Well, speed of Mango is going to hang around once again. Control ward in this mid lane, but flash forward. We'll get the flash response from Frost, and the Cyclone out from Mango. So a slight trade up, you could say, for the mid laner of TSI.
Yeah, that was a really odd one, I think, for Mango. He went for the flash engage, but his Cyclone was really slow in response. Frost, very good reactions on his own flash, made sure he got out safely. But Mango, it looked like he was ready to go flash forward straight into the play. Star Burrito has been caught out of mid. That was the counter gank coming through. Shockwave used by Frost. I saw Star Burrito flashing on the minimap. I didn't realize just how dead he was looking. As we'll have another look back at it. Bees, just ball delivery system. A B-Tech Nocturne gets the job done.
Yeah, as soon as that Hound's Pursuit goes, it is basically not impossible to be able to get away, even with the flash. Committing that, not exactly the most ideal for the mid laner of Elysium. We'll also lose out a little bit in terms of farm with the wave getting shoved in as it was.
Did you remember that top lane existed?
I mean, we've got a few looks at it.
I've kind of forgotten, honestly. Feels like we haven't had much focus up there at all. And honestly, deservedly so, right? Both these guys been playing the lane roughly as they should. Tommy's got a tiny little advantage in terms of CS, about 1 wave's worth over Turbo Flyer, but the push now firmly in the Malphite's hands, especially with the Sunfire Cape in his possession. Tommy's just there to kind of catch it as it comes to him. He's going to be a little bit later on his spike because he went for the boots earlier on, so his first time also cost him more. Not going to help him out from that perspective, but able to still be there or thereabouts, as the rest of the fighting really has been happening towards mid and towards bot, and especially around the bot side jungle, where we're going to be looking once more.
We're going to go into flashes used from the bot lane of Elysium. The hook follow-up finds its way onto Relics. The Encore going to find its way onto multiple members of TSI, but not nearly going to be enough to delay the inevitable.
Yeah, really good lane gang. Once more from Bees. He is doing very good stuff in this kind of early mid game. He is finding angles that give his team some very positive outcomes. Is, I believe, going to lose his blue buff for this, though, so not 100% positive for him across the map, but he's not going to care. If the Jinx is able to stand up a little bit longer against this Caitlyn, if they're able to survive a touch longer, it could be definitely worth it as Frost. It has no flash here, but he's very safe. There's no flashes to chase him.
Yep, Mango and Star Burrito had used that earlier. The various excursions to the mid lane does call the attention of Gunny. Has roamed up mid. Waiting in this bush, maybe trying to find a way onto Star Burrito. Rebuttal will be up and available though, and they've got Mango relatively close. Hook goes just short of Star Burrito. Could have been dangerous, but no dice there. But
Still
okay,
dangerous.
hold on. Wait, Shockwave hits its way out to Star Burrito, but the Golden Eclipse comes through. Not enough to kill off Frost. So solo kill goes away, the mid laner of TSI.
Yeah, and I'm kind of feeling gratified in how I saw this matchup going, but at the same time, still surprised that it was able to happen so quickly. Frost hits level 11, big spike for most champions that care so much about their ultimate, as the Orianna does. Lands a Shockwave, doesn't even need the Nautilus, who was trying to find the gank, to be in the area. He could have been elsewhere on the map entirely. Just no flashes in mid, easy to land your combos, especially as the Orianna. A lot harder now to land your combos as the Mel, to be fair. I feel like a touch more damage could have definitely swayed that one. The Golden Clip's very close to proccing that execution, but not quite able to get the job done. And as a result of the free mid push being a 1v0 lane, it means that the second Drake of the game is going to go over to TSI. And that honestly hurts Elysium quite a lot more than just losing a mid lane at once, right? You're now 5 minutes slower to your soul. It is an Ocean Soul, not the best, not the worst, but it means that your early spike against the insane scaling of Jinx plus a front line is now a lot more difficult to probably work, right? You got Yone in a side lane you got to worry about too.
Fate Seal going to hit its way onto Turbo Flyer, who immediately
the
drops the unstoppable force. As a result, the flash away from Tommy Buckets will have to be used to prevent himself going down on the engage that he took.
Yeah, fighting in the wave is a difference right there. I mean, Malphite is a difference in himself. I hope we're going to go
get to that.
again.
Reckoning the target of the depth charge, but all 3 members of the bot side have arrived. Mega Death Rocket helps set up Bees to find the kill. It's immediately trading back 1-for-1, but Wolfman is excited. Cyclone comes through. It's enough to take down Bees, but Wolfman gets excited once again on the kill. Onto Reckoning has to run as fast as possible with that injection of move speed. I think, oh wow, the mid lane Frost again with another solo kill. We'll take a look, at that in a little bit. I mean, the chunk with the Luden's proc gets Star Burrito solo. You gotta feel Q here, QW, that'll be enough, or Shockwave
W for movement speed.
Yeah.
W for movement speed into the range of the Shockwave. Crazy kill there in mid as well. Just kills all over the map. And you pointed out before, this is a lane that Mel is gonna suffer in. And if they imagine this game without Star Burrito having a random triple kill through the bot side jungle fight, how different does this game look if he doesn't have those kills? Because TSI are absolutely stomping right now. It's not how you'd expect this to be going. I thought that Elysium coming into this and focus a lot more on their bot side. Their Wukong's been clearing down to bot, but the plays just have not quite worked out so far. Even that one there, it's a 2-for-2. And Wolfman is going to be very, very happy at this phase of the game to go 2-for-2. He's still there or thereabouts in terms of items. It's matching 1 item spike for 1 item spike. Reckoning might be going for an IE second compared to a Runan's, but they're going to be getting to that item spike at about the same time. And 2 items on each of the ADCs, it's not enough for Elysium, right? You need to be, as this Caitlyn, accelerated beyond the Jinx. You can't just be even with the Jinx. The fact that the rest of the map is also kind of struggling is a massive indicator that TSI are going to be very, very comfortable moving into this mid to late game, because their Yone is still just kind of existing in the side lane. He's not got any pressure on him. He's not able to exert any pressure either, but he's absolutely fine to keep on scaling and become a massive, massive threat in these late game fights. Frost is destroying now in mid lane after having to effectively give up so much because of those early kills that Star Burrito had. That 6-stack Darksteel completely disintegrated now down to nothing. And on the other side, Frost is up to 7, who's also now got an extra kill against the enemy mid lane at second item spike rather, already completed at 18 minutes. He is now way ahead of the curve. Do have to be careful walking under turret range against a Mel. You can take chunks like that do half your HP, but he's been able to avoid those for so long. And Star Burrito's just going to get pushed out entirely.
Star Burrito going to be found out by Bees. Those little dogs swarming him, but will only do so much as get the flash away from Star Burrito, which does open up the top half of the map for Elysium to pick up the Rift Herald.
But this is still the play that TSI wanted, right? Whether they got the kill or not was kind of irrelevant. The whole idea of this was to trade turrets on the sides of the map. It's trade top tier 1 for mid tier 1, get Frost even stronger. Unfortunately, he doesn't quite have the damage just yet to tear through that turret, and Star Burrito is going to get his base without his item spike, which is maybe small.
Back. There's still the members of TSI waiting in the wings. The depth charge is going to be used onto Star Burrito to guarantee the knockup. Shockwave follows in short order. It's an easy kill for TSI, which goes the way of Frost.
Yeah, well, that was interesting, TP. The fact that this play takes longer is going to mean that Elysium are able to get a bit more back than they would have otherwise. If he just died to the first gank, this wouldn't be even an option for Elysium, right? So the fact that he took a little bit longer gives them something back on the rest of the map. They get the mid-tier 1, close to the mid-tier 2, but they're
They stayed
overstaying
around a little
themselves.
too long. Turbo Flyer trying to get out as far as possible. The rest of Elysium have escaped. Is able to run as quickly as possible. It is able to escape, but it was definitely looking a little bit questionable for Elysium
Have they
for a
escaped?
few moments there. Have they? Now, B's going to go untargetable for the time being. Still has access to the Hound's pursuit, holding on to it for a little bit longer. Will not choose to go in. And indeed, even though it is a little bit delayed, Elysium do manage to escape.
They do, but it's the effective tempo, right? If they're able to take that first base, they'd be back on the map with plenty of time to set up for this Drake. Now they're not here, and they're still stepping forward.
Might not have a bit too far. Super Mega Death Rocket not quite going to find the mark onto the ADC of Elysium. Bees already having used the Hound's Pursuit, has to get out. Less than 50% HP, is very slippery on the Neferi, but at this point, TSI have to run as quickly as possible to get out of here. Frost going to preemptively flash away, not going to take a chance to find the engage from Mango. But now you were talking about the tempo for TSI. Might have switched back the way of Elysium. Now they start up the Drake, and with how low the little blast code over kind of helps out Turbo Flyer a bit there. But they're not going to start up this Drake all too quickly. Bees has healed back up. 50% cooldown on the ults from
Tommy's
the Neferi.
So late.
Teleports coming through the hop over the steal away from Neferi. B is going to pull off a heist. Tommy Buckets now into the back line. Will use a Fate Seal, finds its way onto 2, and with the follow-up with the Nautilus ult, gets a ton of knockups, not quite a bit of damage. A great hook from Gunny, finding its way onto Star Burrito. Mango spotted out, waited in the wings. Tommy Buckets going to close it down. EQ for Mango, going to be able to dash over the wall and actually escape barely with his life. But TSI in this seesaw of a play come out on top with the Drake as well.
Wow, what a way to contest. We talked about their inability to take normal team fights in the draft, right? They have to find weird angles, and they get precisely that. The ward on the enemy blue buff allows such a perfect flank for Tommy. Bees is overstaying here a little bit, but he should be able to escape after just having to give up that red buff attempt. As we're saying, that like they don't go for the initial engage. They don't buy in to the idea of just taking a 5v5 around the dragon. They wait for as long as humanly possible for sending bees over the wall, stealing the Drake, and having that be the catalyst that starts the fight off. Tommy then channels the TP, gets there at just the right time to turn up and start the fight off well for his team as they look to progress through. They end up getting a kill. It could have been a lot better for them, but they still get roughly what they wanted, right? They delay the Soul even further. In fact, kind of put themselves ahead now in the Soul race. Just 8 minutes until potentially their Soul will be spawning about the 30-minute mark on this Jinx. If they don't get this, then, like, oh well. We have a giga-scaling Jinx and a nearly 3-item Orianna. You don't need to keep pressure on these Drakes. Now Elysium have to find a way to stop you from getting a single Drake extra. Otherwise, I feel like they might just get outscaled with the comp they've drafted. They're still going to have tankiness. They're still going to have a Caitlyn, but
going to
they don't have a
Mel. Onto Star Burrito. The rebuttal does come through, but it's not going to stop 3 members of TSI on the collapse. Another kill goes the way of Team Solo Invade. Frost in a little bit of trouble here in the bottom lane, but still pretty fed. What can Elysium do? Unstoppable Force hits the market. As soon as that goes, the shutdown is picked up by Mango. But perhaps would have wanted that to go on to Reckoning, but still, 1k gold is exactly what they came for.
Yeah, and it now presents an interesting question for the Wukong. Does he want to try and use extra gold to go towards a death stance, be greedy, or does he just take the safety of a Guardian Angel? Maybe with this extra chart, he goes a little bit greedier, because I feel like tier 2 on top of that makes it a very, very positive play indeed for Elysium. They cut that gold lead in half in the blink of an eye. They get tier 1, tier 2, and that big shutdown onto the enemy mid lane. That is exactly what they came for. Elysium's still able to make plays happen. And they're still having agency in this game, right? They're by no means out of it, but they've got to be so careful as this game does progress that they don't let it fall any further, right? Down 2k gold against Team Comp with a Jinx and with Engage, I'm already kind of scared for you. Even if the Jinx isn't the one with all that gold, that Oriana is such a perfect bridge in this scenario to take them to that point, to take them to the point where Wolfman is just going to be able to get one kill, and suddenly the whole team fight doesn't exist anymore. It feels like Turfly might be the only person who can even stand up to this Jinx come late game, as it will be Mango going a little bit more aggressive. Taking a pickaxe means he's going to be going towards the death dance.
Other fronts on Elysium, Star Burrito started out this game 4-0-1, has not been able to do much in ever since. Also, going to be picking up the Proto Belt as a second item is one that we see quite a bit, especially when ahead. But as a choice here, before we get to that, Frost going to be hit by the Cyclone of Mango. Second charge hit surely to follow. Shockwave going to find his way onto 2, but a bit too late for the rest of TSI to arrive. Reckoning going to get the kill onto Gunny Thick, and the Encore lands onto Bees. The Flame Chopper is going to do its best to try to slow down, but the flank and the fate sealed from Tommy Buckets finds everyone. My goodness, the teleport comes through from Turbo Fire, but it's only going to send him to his own death. Going to use the Unstoppable Force to get away, but Tommy Buckets turns it around for TSI, and Turbo Flyer no longer available longer in this world. Ace goes the way of the solo invade. They're going to turn on to Baron as well, and what perfect timing from Tommy Buckets.
And look at the difference in those side lane plays between when the Yone is going to turn up with TP and when the Yone just doesn't quite have it ready. In the bot side, when Elysium stack one side of the map, it is unanswerable. Frost is just dead. Tommy was still waiting on his CP to come back up from the previous Dragon play when he had that insane flank. Now, he has TP to respond. The rest of TSI just go for the fight, knowing how strong their Yone and their Jinx are right now. Even at just this 2-item spike, Wolfman's still so impactful. And now he's a little bit more accelerated. Tommy is so much more accelerated. Both of them minutes away, not like closer to seconds away from their Infinity Edges. And at that point, Elysium may have already fallen behind the curve a little bit too far, as they're forced to walk into this
got a
as
bit
well.
too far forward. Mango as well. Turn our eyes back over to Star Burrito, is quickly burnt down by Bees. Too many stings on that mid laner now. 4 and 7, actually maybe even 8 at this point. Getting a kill right at the perfect time with the Drake spawning will be sole point to TSI.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we're talking about, right? The Elysium feel forced to walk up because they know this game is already slipping out of their hands. They are forced to at least show their interest in this Drake, but it comes at a very heavy price. You're forced to face check at some point, and now you're not even allowed to go in the side lanes. This was originally a side lane comp from TSI, and the fact that they've managed to get ahead through skirmishing and through plays like we just saw in the top side proves exactly that. That now means that they can dominate the team fights as well. If this game is even, and the Malphite is making these team fights so much more cohesive for Elysium, it's a very different story. But as you pointed out, this Mel has got like 7 or 8 deaths in a row now, with very little impact being felt. It's just kind of what happens when Mel gets put into a matchup like this, where they are outscaled and outside laned. Star Burrito has very little things that he can even do on the Rift, and especially with this Baron Siege now coming through, he is just kind of sat there trying to assist in the wave clear and unable to really even do anything with that.
Yeah, and it's very safe from the side of TSI. Obviously, Mango waiting in the wings, trying to find a potential move onto the members of TSI in the mid lane, but there's just too much pressure around the map with the bot lane pushing in with those double siege cannons available to TSI, and the rest of the wave for them arriving in the mid lane as well. It's just too much to handle.
This is, I honestly, like, slipping away from Elysium at such a fast rate. I'm not sure they can stem this bleeding. Reckoning's still pretty strong. That is definitely a glimmer of light towards the end of the tunnel here. You still have a 3-item ADC. Issue, how do they live? Like, you can peel with Wukong and Seraphine all you could possibly want, but how is Reckoning going to survive against a Nefiri combo into Shockwave, into Yone flying in with a Fate Sealed, into the Mega Death Rocket? How does Reckoning survive that?
It's not easy.
He doesn't.
Right?
He just kind of doesn't.
I mean, he could gain godlike level hands, flash away from one of them, 90 caliber net away from the other, and
And then he
maybe
still does the other
still,
two.
yeah, he's still probably, sometimes it just be like that as an ADC. I mean, he's got plenty of range at the very least.
Yeah.
This is just cope, for being completely honest, but it is still something for
Yeah,
reckoning
but you
at
can
the
see
very
how much
least.
Mango is already valuing his ADC's farm over his own, right? Mango's hit that 3F and spike, gone for the death dance. I feel like in this situation, that Guardian Angel would have been so much more potent, so much more impactful, because you can give up your camps and feel a lot safer about it. Now, Reckoning needs this gold yesterday, right? He needs to have 4 items before we're fighting the Drake Soul, spawning in about 2 minutes' time. He's looking for a base. If he has RFC now, it's a different story, but he's only basing for the Zeal. He's still a couple of 100 gold away. He's going to get another rotation of Raptors probably here. Another couple of mid waves going to come through, but he needs to get up to, I think it's like 850 from where he is now, so he needs
850,
like
I think,
800 gold.
yeah.
Right? He needs 800 gold in the next 1.5 minutes, and he also then needs to base. If Mango had got GA, he wouldn't have needed to take his wolves there. He wouldn't need to take his Krugs. He could give his whole jungle over to Reckoning to get him to that point on time. Now, Mango needs another 3k gold to get to a GA. That's the difference in this game.
I just need to check. Am I
Go see the other one. Go see the other one.
okay? All right, so it's freezing. That's all right. We have 2 feeds. Okay, perfect. One of them had stopped working, but okay, well. Naturally, of course. All right, let's switch over to the other feed. Thank you, Pop Tart, for having multiple backups and contingencies for technical troubles. We're good to go. As you mentioned, Drake is spawning in 40 seconds. A lot of side pressure from the side. Hold up. Turbo Flyer going to be the first face check. Finds Gunny, which is exactly what you would want to find on the side of Elysium. Turbo Flyer not going to lose too much in the process. But all the while in the side lane, Tommy Buckets is providing so much pressure. The Mel alone is not going to be able to do too much. There's going to eventually have to be a response from Elysium.
But the Malphite can't be up there, right? Usually the Malphite would match into the Yone, but the Malphite cannot because he has to be the one face checking. They don't have any tankiness elsewhere on the Rift. It has to be the Malphite, and unfortunately, he's still not even that tanky to Frost. He's just going to send him. Great flash response.
Yeah, perfect timing on the flash from Frost. Good awareness to spot that out.
Flash.
A bit of an interesting decision to move up to the top lane. We go back to the jungle. Now Dredgeline going to go forward, but the response with the Encore doesn't really hit anyone. Mango Cyclone does. Mega Death Rocket from downtown, but Buckets on the flank once again. It was already going the way of TSI, but it absolutely secures the fight and the Drake and the Soul and the Baron to TSI. And even though it's not quite the game just yet, it is a 10k gold lead. With the Soul, with the Baron, they not even look for it. They're pushing into the mid lane. Star Burrito, the only one left alive. We've talked about their struggle so far in this game. There's very little that this Mel can do at this point. Can they survive long enough for Reckoning to come back up? 14 seconds on the Caitlyn. Mid lane tier 3 down, inhibitor down. TSI are looking to end the game here. Star Burrito can only do their best to delay. First Nexus Tower goes down. Second one going to fall in short order. Down now. Reckoning has respawned. Relics up in 1, but it's not nearly enough time. Game 1 goes the way of TSI.
And who saw that coming?
I did not. I was here this morning. I was honestly preparing for a relatively quick 3-0 Elysium as our first seed, especially, I mean, I'm from week 3, week 4, we were talking about how they were championship favorites. I didn't want to really mention the fall off of Elysium so far, getting knocked down to the 2nd seed, but losing game 1 to TSI, it is a best of 5, so there's plenty of time for them to work things out. But at this point, how real is the collapse of Elysium?
It feels like it's coming on pretty fast at this point. I mean, in the regular season, they lost 1 best of 3. That was a game against the Spire. In the all-decisive Week 7 matchup, they played against the other team that was contending for the 1 seed, and they put them in their place. The Monkeys were unable to compete with Elysium on the day. But I'm not sure this is the same Elysium. I'll be honest. Like, they just don't look the same. It's such a departure from what we've been used to here. And I don't really see a reason behind it. This is technically a different roster from who faced against the Monkeys because that was Dilly playing, but Dilly's technically the sub. Like this, it shouldn't be looking like this for Elysium. I am shocked, honestly, and I think a lot of it can, in some regards, come back to how they chose to draft. I know why they're taking the Mel. They are scared of Mel into Seraphine, but I think at some point you have to accept that it's just not that good of a champion. Bear in mind, Ari was already banned as well. Like Mel, you take to ban to get you to counter Ari. That's her primary focus right now. If you're taking it to counter Seraphine, I feel like you're putting yourself down in draft because of things that we saw there. This was Star Burrito, who had 4 kills gifted to him in the early game, and yet still was dominated by Frost in one-on-ones consistently in mid. That cannot be allowed to happen in a pick that you are taking because you're scared of the other team having something that's somewhat okay into your support. This was a takeaway pick that's come back to bite Elysium on the backside, and now they find themselves in a position where they have to win 3 out of the next 4 if they don't want to be eliminated as the first seed at the first opportunity.
Yeah, it is really unheard of. As you mentioned, though, it is only the first game. Team Solo Invade definitely surprising us with a unorthodox composition that they played to a T. In fairness to them, so well played to TSI. We've been focusing a little bit much on Elysium on this front. As mentioned, it is only game 1, so we'll have to see what changes Elysium make going forward. But as is, they're going to need a switch up coming through for game 2, which we will look forward to after this short break. Don't go anywhere. We are back for game 2 between Elysium and TSI, going straight into draft. Elysium opting to stay on red side. They want to pick up the counter pick once again. Hopefully, use it to to its fullest advantage this time around. Drew, after that game 1 that went pretty solidly the way of TSI.
Yeah, it feels like I get where they're coming from with the Malphite into the Yone, picking a lot more for their overall team fight potential. Solid as well in the lane. Malphite, can be put behind by some champions and be a lot less of an entity when those late game fights come around. Was incredibly tanky to be fair to Turboflyer. It just didn't matter because Tommy Buckets had plenty of damage to get through him and the rest of his roster when those fights ended up coming around. And when he wasn't doing that, he was also an absolute terror in the side lanes, which is where TSI were looking to make their team comp work. I pointed out during draft that it was a more difficult team comp to make work, but it worked, right? At the end of the day, even if it's more difficult, if you execute it better than your opponents, you can end up taking away some massive upset wins like we just saw there in game 1. And TSI just need 2 more of those to knock out the overall 1 seed, which would be absolutely insane. I mean, after 2 weeks of playoffs, after literally the first 2 games that Elysium would have played in playoffs, for them to have been out after having such an amazing regular season was unfathomable as of like the end of May. Completely unimaginable.
And they aren't quite on the brink just yet, but down 1-0. TSI I mean, we talked about their unorthodox composition last time around, but I mean, Elysium have garnered themselves a reputation of being quite good at team fights in the front to back. So, I mean, TSI, they decided that they weren't going to play that way at all up against Elysium, at least not until they were so far ahead that it didn't really matter. And so, locking in Jarvan B1 this time around can definitely start to do that once again.
I mean, this is a slightly different look here, but you can definitely take a Jarvan towards the side lane. Taking it B1 is a little bit risky in some ways because it allows Elysium all the time they could possibly want to mitigate it. They choose not to with their first carry pick though. Typically, when you see the Jarvan, you try and pick some champions with mobility. This time they've gone for mitigation instead for Reckoning. I don't hate it, but I feel like you're kind of asking for the Jarvan to still get quite a lot of value when you pick up the Sivir as quickly as they did there. If you pick, you have something like an Ezreal in your back pocket, I feel like that's probably a lot safer into the Jarvan, especially this early on in Fearless. But they take it, and they also get Zinzel alongside, which is a bit more safe. TSI, I mean, I feel like we're already stacking circles with 2 picks in, and circles are plenty.
Yeah, Jarvan Ziggs, maybe not the most classic combination ever, but certainly one that is notorious. You drop the Cataclysm followed up by a Mega Inferno Bomb. It makes it really easy to hit the sweet spot of that from the Ziggs. And the amount of damage that this champion can do at 2 or 3 items is absolutely insane. Obviously, the hardest part about Ziggs is being able to hit those skill shots, but when you've got targets stuck in a single spot like that, especially with the Maokai. Actually, wait, hold up. With Maokai, I mean, support is certainly an option, but a certainly interesting one to go this early for TSI.
Yeah, I'm kind of shocked to see that. It allows this Thresh very easily. I feel like Relic's comfortable on these Zook champs. Beyond what we saw in Game 1 where he was on Seraphine. Happy to play the Thresh, which is also a very good enabler of hyper carries because of the simple abilities like Flame, right? Maokai comes forward, please get off my ADC. He's very kind about it, but he will also put you in timeout if you're not careful. The box is very good at doing precisely that, and I'm kind of surprised, especially in Game 2, to see a Maokai just take it. I know things have changed since the regular season, because of enchanters falling by the wayside a little bit, but that's quite a change in terms of like champ pools for TSI to throw out already here.
Yeah, and especially Maokai as the option for what is presumably support, since Jarvan's already locked in. I'd be surprised to see it. Could. It's also been like 9 years since I've seen Maokai actually be a reliable top laner, so it was one potential, I guess, but I wouldn't necessarily count on it. And at the very least, Maokai into the Thresh. If you're not too familiar with seeing Maokai as a support, it's very easy to press Flay too early, while with the Twisted Advance, you're untargetable and.
I will say Tommy does have a Maokai top game on him recently, though. Like, very recently, Maokai top game. He went 6-1-11 as well, by the way.
All right.
Just saying. Just saying.
Well, it is an option. It would also be a very big shakeup from the Yone, in which, especially towards the end of the game, started to close out those fights and make it very one-sided to TSI, especially that top lane teleport flank, where it looked really bad for TSI, and it seemed that Elysium had found their pick. Tommy Buckets, turned that around on Yone. Maokai not quite going to have that same sort of impact. The Silas was hovered for a little bit, but a last-second switch over to the Syndra goes the way of TSI with Ziggs already locked in. Perhaps they've already shown their bot lane on side of TSI. Ziggs, Maokai.
Yeah. I don't think you can take Maokai into Renekton. This is a really nice pick here from Elysium because it's
we're trolling. We're not. They're trolling us.
It's a hover. Don't worry about it. We don't buy on hovers.
Sorry. I took the bait. You're right.
Because we know.
We're smarter.
We don't buy on hovers until they're locked in a second. In which case we might buy on the lock-in, which is a Scion, which makes a lot more sense. I was asking for it in Game 1. They chose Yone. Worked out very well. Now we get the Scion that we wanted before. Maokai into Renekton is just not a thing.
Yeah.
You get absolutely crushed. Renekton's one of the champions that will happily build an early Executioners and destroy you in lane to the point where you do not exist. Maokai needs to have one of the more secure lane phases, otherwise he will not exist. As such, choosing the other path, just taking Maokai into Thresh doesn't feel great, doesn't feel awful. Still definitely going to get value from Nature's Grasp, just a little bit less maybe on the Twisting Advance. The rest of that, though, for TSI is shaping up to be a very fun team fight.
It's, you say that, but their only damage is Ziggs and Syndra, which is extremely magic damage focused.
I didn't say good, I said fun.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, well, this is true. This is true. I mean, obviously being able to land the skill shots on Ziggs when you do hit them can be fun.
Circles are fun.
Circles are fun. They do have a lot of circles. I mean, there's
Syndra's loads
one
of
circle for Jarvan. At least 3 at all times. Yeah.
Like flying around on the floor. Like there's so many circles, and then very easy scatter the weak angle as well. To be a little more serious for a second, like if the Jarvan throws a Cataclysm down, you can make sure that they're not escaping from that Mega Inferno Bomb, like also stunning them up, and then layering in extra damage on top. Maokai is going to struggle to have a lot of value this game, it feels like. He might be able to set up for the Cataclysm somewhat with his Nature's Grasp, kind of say, we're going to start the fight now. Please come forward, Scion. Let's move forward. Damage profile definitely something to bring up that is not in TSI's favor. But at the same time, Elysium aren't playing champions that are known for building magic resist, right? Renekton, a bruiser in the top side, not going to feel all too inclined to go that direction. Thresh, certainly as a support, can. His kit's much more focused to dealing with armor because he's typically playing against ADCs. Picking the Thresh into a Ziggs makes this a very interesting dynamic because now you're stacking armor accidentally from your passive, while the Ziggs is just going to not care about it at all. Right? The whole point of Thresh getting that passive is he's tanky against ADCs. It's a Ziggs. He doesn't care. Ziggs intro actually, damage spread definitely important to point out, but I don't even know who he's going to even build Merc Treads on the other side. I mean, sure, the Thresh could, the Hui might, Xin Zhao probably should, but Sivir and Necton can't really in terms of their lanes unless you just do it anyway as the Renekton and say Sion's going to hurt me a lot more. It's not as clear cut as maybe it could otherwise be, and I feel like the only slight deviation from typical build paths could be like a Sivir moving into a Hex Drinker. That's kind of the extent of things.
The range also could potentially prove troublesome for Elysium. Obviously Ziggs can hit from 5 screens away, and well, there are a few clear options. Flank from the Renekton, or the Xin Zhao can potentially spot out a Ziggs, but the exact closing potential might be reliant on getting the extra move speed from the Sivir, but they will have to find a way to be able to close that distance onto the Ziggs. Otherwise, well, eventually, even if they do index into the magic resist, even though, as you mentioned, might be a little bit more difficult for them, will eventually whittle you down and you just can't interact with the game at all.
Yeah, well, let's see how these two teams do interact when we get ready for game number 2. The draft is quietly going on in the background, so it'll be a couple more minutes before we get ready, but we'll be right back when the game actually itself is ready in just a few.
loaded onto the Rift for Game 2 between Team Solo, Invade, and Elysium in their final attempt to stay in playoffs. TSI having won Game 1 with a very unorthodox composition, maybe a little bit more standard this time around, but definitely shaking things up a bit once again here, Drew.
Yeah. Departure from what we saw from them in game 1, as we're also getting a small departure from the early level 1 that we've seen from both sides so far. B's dropping a very passive ward to check out if anyone's coming to have a look at his Raptors. Turns out Star Burrito is going to do precisely that, but definitely worked out that it's happening type of thing, right? Even if the ward can't see it, they know from where that Hui was just standing, where that ward has gone, but no retaliatory ward, right? Now, uh, Mango is completely untracked. He could be starting anywhere on the map, and TSI have no information. He's likely starting on the top side because you typically, this season, clear top to bot, but he doesn't have to be. And that's something that's going to be in the back of their minds. They can't be quite as confident when they're looking for plays. Say the Siren gets an amazing angle onto Turboflyer somehow. He doesn't know if the Zinzao
Somehow.
could be top. He might go for it if he gets more trades like we just saw. But he might feel a little bit of pressure with the Zinzao potentially being there to not go for that type of a play. I feel like getting early tracking of where the enemy jungler is so important right now. The fact that it's not there for TSI is quite interesting.
And as you mentioned, will in fact be there for Elysium, having known that it wasn't marked for a while, and even a question mark being a missing one coming out from the side of Elysium, or at least one of their players had already been drawn up, so they're very much aware that Bees is clearing from top to bot. But talking about unorthodox plays, Bees waiting in the mid lane bush, might try to find a level 3 gank. Will show
is not vision,
now.
mate.
The CC does find its way onto Frost. The scout of the week hits the mark. Star Burrito going to flash away in time, but the abnormal play from Bees works out in favor of TSI.
Yeah, and it's done is delayed both junglers' clears as well, because Mango peeled off of his walls to try and go for the counter gank in case it was necessary. As such, he doesn't even get an advantage from seeing that play happen. He just gets to see that his mid laner has used flash. That there is Star Burrito not respecting the fact that his own ward hasn't got the information yet. You have to know those timings as the mid laner so that your jungler doesn't have to tell you every single game. Jungler's meant to be on vision by now. He's not on vision yet. I'm crossing to my 4th camp. He should be on his 4th camp by now. Especially with how slow Zinzao's early clear is, the Jarvan should be a little bit ahead in terms of clear compared to where we see Mango. And yet, Bees was not being spotted on that Raptors ward. You have to know that something weird is happening. He's either gone for an invade through bot side, plausible but very unlikely, or he's looking to gank onto you in mid, or he's looking to gank onto the top side. With Turbofly being pretty safe and where he was, you got to be questioning how far up am I allowed to be standing right now? He thought he had a nice angle onto Frost, but suddenly Scatter the Weak comes through, and Star Burrito is forced into a flash very early on. Into a Syndra, into a Jarvan, that can be extremely punishing.
Also, like, speaking of Mango, like the adjustment that they made in that last play, knowing that Gunny Thing had already moved up towards the first Scuttle Crab, had, since something was up, immediately recalled instead of trying to contest it. Instead, just a move straight over to that top side Scuttle Crab will prevent any double Scuttle going the way of TSI, and will at least alleviate some of the bleeding that they had found early on.
Yeah, and this will now be spotted out by Bees just a touch later. Base is pretty similar. Mango taking a slightly early one. Bees getting grab first. Overall, similar enough for both these junglers. It shouldn't matter all too much. Mango can just get on with that second clear. Bees looking around, finding a spot out of control ward that we're seeing this whole time. Don't know why he was taking so long to also. That's an amazing clear by Star Burrito. My god, the reaction speed.
Absolutely perfect on to Gunny Thing, but the flash forward from Bees finds the stun, and so the Twisted Advance follow-up means that Star Burrito can't go anywhere. It looked good for Star Burrito early on, but the rest of TSI collapsed, and it doesn't matter. First blood goes away of TSI.
Guys, anyone has no flash. Go, go, go! Star Burrito had nothing he could do. The poor guy just got absolutely ran down. Bees and Gunny Thick, but everything they have, but it works. And it's Frost that's ahead once more. And now, how important does that earlier gank look? It's everything to this lane. The fact that Star Burrito had to flash at kind of minute 2 means that it's a free roam timer whenever Gunny Thick fancies it, goes for the flash play, gets reacted to amazingly by Starbreeze, who does everything he possibly can without his flash, but it's still not enough to keep him alive. And the worst part of all is the Frost ends up getting the kill as well. 400 extra gold towards the Syndra, Hextech Alternator plus boots versus a couple of components towards a Lost Chapter. Mid lane is now that much more difficult, plus Frost has XP advantage. He hit level 6 before Starbreeze does. He's going to claim this wave, hit level 7 before Starbreeze will next time round as well. Not going to have advantage in terms of ult versus no ult, but it's still massive in this kind of early phase of the game. And even these wards are being spotted out now as well.
Especially as the dragon is started up by the side of Elysium, but the rest of TSI will eventually close down. Gunny Thick's sapling will fly to the bush, get a bit of damage onto Mako, scatter the weak, and the flag drag secures the kill onto Gunny Thick for the first one, but now the response from the side of Elysium is big. Thick, too far up and separated from the rest of TSI, will ensure that it gets traded up in favor of Elysium. Mango, having gone down, will ensure that the Drake stays alive a little bit longer.
Yeah, both junglers falling down means that will be that Drake staying alive, as you mentioned. Interesting to see what happens here from TSI point of view. Do they want to go straight back, or do they want to go on that rotation account? So we saw in game 1, when the first Drake wasn't possible on the first timer, junglers turn tail, head towards their top side. Though it's awkward for Bees. His camps are not there on top because he's done all of these different things looking for these ganks. His camps are later.
Mid lane once again. Star Burrito doesn't have his flash, just barely short of it coming back up. So Frost picks up their second kill of the game with the assistance of Gunny Thick, but it's taking a little bit too long. Tagged by the W of Mango. It doesn't really. I mean, it wouldn't have mattered either way, but that's like, really? That hit?
He walked into Audacious charge range, so it really wouldn't have mattered. But the fact that that hit is kind of insane. At any rate,
yeah, don't question the hitboxes in this game. Sometimes they do that.
Yeah, I think also being spectator as opposed to being in the game sometimes looks a little bit different from maybe the reality of things. Something that was interesting headed into that fight I didn't get to bring up in time was Mango actually had smite advantage. He had 11. He had the 1k smite versus Bees having 600 smite. Now that isn't the case, but Bees is going to be a little bit late to turn up to this. Mango just has the free ability.
Through, but the follow-up from the side of TSI comes through. Mega Inferno Bomb finds way only onto one. Scatter the weak, hits the relics. The follow-up from Gunny Thick comes through, going to knock them back towards the rest of TSI, but the Valkyrie goes down. The burn will secure relics. Mango's very low, and the bomb from Wolfman finds the mark, gets 2 for TSI. Reckoning now left alone with Bees following up. The barrier comes down to survive a little bit longer, but it's not long enough. Bees secures the kill, and now Frost getting targeted out by Star Burrito, taken very low in fairness. Sees Teleporter low. The severing bolt not quite going to hit the mark onto Frost. Bees a bit separated, but the flag drag finds the mark onto Star Burrito. Does have the flash, will use it now. Not before getting dangerously low. Frost going forward, won't quite be in range to be able to find the kill on Star Burrito.
What a crazy fight there in mid.
Bees is sticking around. Bees?
This is dangerous. He's escaping.
He's escaping. It was just a little bit questionable at times, but he turned around soon enough.
So, overall outcome of that play then. Tons of flashes used. Summoners basically don't exist for anyone that isn't called top lane, or apparently Bees or Wolfman. Small advantage there for TSI. Drake goes over to Elysium. Small advantage over there for Elysium. We saw them get Drake in game 1. Didn't have much of an impact later on. What is an impact is those extra kills and where they've gone. The kill difference right now in the game, 6-4, could be construed as quite something for TSI. Unfortunately, 2 of those kills are on the Maokai. So he's got Merc Treads. It's not quite the impact that kills elsewhere could have. A Maokai with Merc Treads is still a support Maokai. He's still not going to be very tanky at any phase of this game. So in terms of that kill, that gold lead at the top of your screens is kind of fake. That gold lead is just the Maokai's gold lead over a Thresh who also doesn't care.
No
but this
flash forward onto Star Burrito. Knows that they have no flash from the fight earlier. Nowhere to go, but the Lantern comes through.
That was close.
Not quite enough to save Star Burrito, but as you said, Rue, is definitely dangerously close to looking like a little bit of a silly moment from TSI.
Yeah, just couldn't quite finish him off there, but still able to just about get it done. As Turbo's now in a weird place.
Unstoppable Onslaught, excuse me, not quite going to hit the mark. Nature's Grasp also, well, it will grasp Mango, but it's not exactly the target they were looking for on the side of TSI.
No, Turbo just doing the good old strategy of walking Turns out it is typically the most effective. Elysium want to make a fight out of this. The Civ has not gone back to lane. They're trying to make this work.
Yeah, and so Tommy Buckets, no ult, separated from the rest of his team, going to have to flash over the wall to escape death. Sentence not quite going to land onto Bees or Gunny, but it does push outside of TSI away from the rest of these grubs. And so the two grubs go the way of Elysium, but they commit a lot up to it. As you mentioned, taking a look at it, Wolfman will be left alone in this bottom lane and the tower to just get more golden XP to himself.
Yeah, I mean, trying to cycle through his abilities to get the Ziggs passive going on the turret. Unfortunately, surprisingly little damage, actually, for a Ziggs against the turret at this phase of the game. I thought it'd have a bit more, but still able to hang on to 3 of those plates. So definitely not the worst. It's a large commit. You drop the whole wave there, bot. The Reckless TP down as well to get the next wave. So now your lane assignments are a little bit awkward. Role quest not yet completed either makes this very, very intriguing for how are you going to progress from this, because now Wolfman is going to be way further advanced on his role quest. Tommy Buckets is going to get towards his faster. So, top lane role quest, not as important. Bot lane role quest, very important. That 300 gold, if nothing else, is a huge spike. The faster you get to 2 extra gold per CS is also a big spike. So that being delayed is something, but it could have been a whole lot worse. I feel like if TSI hadn't had so many of their own in response to that play, we could have been looking at a very different state instead. It's not too bad, right? It's just Ziggs with a tiny bit of extra gold, and now he's looking for a base for probably some Sork shoots.
But it might be bad for Star Burrito. Found out flag drag cataclysm means this way has nowhere to go. Frost going to be arriving in short order, but it's a good lantern from Relics to keep his teammate alive. Ult from Star Burrito going to hit absolutely no one, but a TP coming through from Wolfman will spot out Reckoning. Just going to be spell shielded away, and with the next Drake spawning in 30 seconds, perhaps a little bit too early from Wolfman. Of course, as we say that, Dessins is not going to find anybody. Wolfman stepping forward into Reckoning, going to take a little chunk of damage from the Sivir over the minefield, and actually probably going to lose a little bit more health in the process than they otherwise would have.
Yeah, quite a lot of damage actually taken as a result of that. That was quite funny to see him just fly through the bombs that Wolfman had left there, ready for Reckoning to try and walk backwards. Does precisely that through a little nice tech. Does mean that the area is somewhat vacated.
Ooh, death push. We'll find out. Mango immediately going to pop the Crescent card, knowing that Frost is roaming down, and quickly Mango will find the kill onto Bees. Relics, though, getting very low. Unleashed force power, not going to quite kill Relics. Sometimes you slip over your own tongue, but it was in fact a slip up from TSI there in the process. And so, second Drake going to go to the side of Elysium. They weren't able to successfully sack the Drakes in game 1, but game 2, they pick up the first 2.
Yeah, this is big for Elysium. That second Drake was what we pointed out so much in game 1 that was kind of slowing them down, halting them from their ability to move forward in the game. They never could find that second Drake. They couldn't find a way to delay, and ended up being everything in terms of how that game ended up going. This time, able to put that second one on the board. It does come at a small cost. Tommy's going to get a plate very close to 2 in top lane. Cost is probably worth it, though, you'd say, right? Gets the second plate, but who cares? Sion got a bit more gold. Sion was just one of those champions where he gets the gold. Who cares? He doesn't get the gold. Who cares? You probably do care if he gets the gold, but not much. Yeah.
Not nearly as much as a few others.
It's still absolutely fine, right? He's going to be building tank items. You just need to focus on your own game, getting those 2 early Drakes, moving yourself just kind of 9 minutes now away from a potential soul, puts immense pressure on the enemy team. You're also up a little bit in gold as well as a result of all these macro plays that you've been making. You're dropping some of these plays on sides, drop the plates, but it's still somehow working out, right? And you get that extra Drake as well to your advantage. Those hidden stats that no one quite ever mentions, still very, very impactful. And most importantly, your Sivir is up in gold, despite all of the time that Wolfman had 1v0 in that side lane. It hasn't mattered at all. Is this just Cull diff? I feel like this is just Cull diff.
It could very well be Cull diff.
How the hell is he up in gold?
Assists gold too. Before we get to that, Frost going to hit out Star Burrito, taking him low. Unleashed power going to be enough to claim the life of Star Burrito. Solo Bolo goes away of Frost. He's had quite a few of them so far this series.
I wonder if it's cashback diff as well. Maybe that's doing it.
Maybe.
I'm trying to work out how else this has happened. I'm kind of stun locked. I didn't even like realize the play. It was just kind of
Not
Frost
plates,
killing Star
unless in
Burrito.
like the top lane when they roamed up that time. Before we get to that, Nature's
Can't be plates
Grass
because
going to be
Wolfman's also
used
got plates.
preventively.
I don't know.
I don't, you know, I was thinking in the top lane when they roamed up earlier and it's down to a single plate now. Maybe Turbo Flyer didn't. I mean, surely Turbo
I feel
Flyer
like
had to pick
Turbo's
up
got
one
so
though.
many of them though. You look what he's doing to this
right?
poor little Scion. Poor
Yeah,
little Scion.
so-
Sorry, that was a funny. That's a funny statement itself.
I mean, you say that, and then you look at his health bar, and it's like, oh well. I mean, actually,
Scion.
in terms of percentage of the health, he's actually feeling quite all right. I mean, look, presses W, and is doesn't care.
Yeah.
So Scion things. Before you get that Star Burrito, whoa, Star Burrito taken very low once again. Not quite dead this time. Frost ult still
Frost didn't even
on
have his ult for
cooldown
that.
though. Yeah.
Now that's a trade without Frost having ultimate. Star Burrito, this is something you know when the Syndra is on the enemy team. Side laning into that champion as a mage is so difficult. When you get a Zhonya's, it becomes a little bit easier. You can mitigate a lot of the damage that comes through because she is so incredibly bursty. But at this phase of the game, you're not even thinking about that just yet. Still barely on your one item completion. That is in the distant future. Right now, you're trying to work out how you can survive this kind of early to mid game.
Well, before we get to that,
It's just
teleports
suffering.
are coming through. Turbo Flyer over the wall into the pits, but immediately slices and dices his way out of there. Elysium commit a lot to try to contest, but back out.
Yeah, and free rift out as a result. Elysium unable to respond effectively on the map right now. Great TP in there from Frost, making sure he's there for his team to secure that big objective for them. He's been TSI back into this even a little bit more than what already had done through that bot play just a couple of times now. Star Burrito really discovering why Syndra is so annoying. Now also somewhat messing up their lane assignment as well, right? No TP, walked up to that play. He's still sticking around in mid, means that the Civ has gone down to the side lane. That might be more dangerous.
Half health going to flash away, but the Mega Infernal Bomb over the top is just barely going to tag Star Burrito to be able to pick up another kill for the side of TSI.
I mean, just look at it. Star Burrito cannot exist in mid lane.
Yeah.
He's so incredibly squishy. He can't exist in the side lane, can't exist in mid lane. Where does this way actually get to farm?
Somewhere.
I feel like nowhere is also an acceptable answer, and when nowhere is the answer, you end up looking like a situation like we saw in game 1, where Star Burrito was on the Mel, and he just could not compete in the side lane.
Weak not quite going to find its way onto Relics. Could have been very disastrous for the side of Elysium, especially with the Drake spawning up now. It would only be the first Drake to the side of TSI, but obviously Elysium would have much preferred to pick up Soul Point, which they will not give up just yet.
Scion.
Unstoppable Onslaught going to find its way from downtown. Relics still low. Flag drag forward, not quite going to hit anybody. It's a bit disjointed from the side of TSI to start things out, but Relics is still really low. B's doing his best to try to escape. Finally goes down to Mango, and now Tommy Buck is trying to escape, but with the decimating smash, finds way onto Relics, who's still staying around. Had heal to try to live it, but Ops not to use it. Meanwhile, Reckoning taking very low. Mega Infernal Bomb will barely tag Reckoning to pick up 2 for TSI and turn this fight around in their favor. Severing Bolt going to do no damage to Tommy Bucks despite their really low health bar. And so, with the extra range of Wolfman, you got to feel that Elysium has to get out of here. Tier 1 tower gone, and so Wolfman on a rampage picks yet another kill this fight. Just sticking around a bit too long from the side of Elysium, and TSI trade up 3 for 1 on top of the Drake.
Yeah, and Elysium don't need to do that, right? They just need to chill. They got the jungler in that exchange. There is no threat from TSI of turning to the Drake. They don't go there because the Xin Zhao is still alive, their Jarvan is not. As such, they're looking to try and force a little bit more on towards mid so they can then eventually turn towards the Drake. It turns out the fight takes long enough where the Jarvan's back alive anyway, and they're able to go there as a happy little reward, but Elysium give them so much extra than they would have done just by falling off that turret and picking up the wave at the tier 2. Instead, now Reckoning's caught up, pushing too far again.
Yeah, will go on the hunt, but trapped out by the Cataclysm without Slash. Decimating Smash does a ton of damage when fully charged onto a squishy target like Reckoning. And so another kill goes the way of TSI.
Yeah, I press W. I have shield that you can't clear. You die. Sound good?
Yeah. Scion experience.
Sounds good.
Scion gaming.
This is
Yeah.
just, it feels like it's almost like a pattern right now for Elysium. They don't know where is safe on the Rift. And when you can't work out where it's safe, you kind of have to assume that nowhere is. And it feels like that probably is the best assumption they could have been making this whole game, because it feels like absolutely nowhere has been safe for them. Turbofly may be the exception that proves the rule, but even he is struggling somewhat up against the Scion, pointing out percentages of health overall. I mean, I think Scion probably won overall in just terms of numbers of health gained versus lost there. Turbo is going to cull the meat, get a good bit of it back, but the health bars are not even close. This is a Renekton. Like, how do you do this? What are you doing against Scion?
Yeah, once Scion gets items, and now he's fully indexed into armor as well, Turbofly are not really going to do much of anything to Tommy Buckets. I mean, really the only one with any sort of magic damage right now is going to be Star Burrito, and I guess ever so slightly Mango, and that is, I do use, the emphasis there is on ever so slightly, with the Dusk and Dawn being the current build that Xin Xiao likes to go, and does give him technically a little bit of magic damage, but outside of that, Tommy Buckets really doesn't care much about anything that Elysium throws at him.
Yeah, I will say technically the Xin Zhao magic damage is on his Audacious Charge. The rest of his stuff scales off of AP in terms of especially his healing. His only damage comes when he dashes forwards. Like everything is he. Like that's the only part of Xin Zhao that actually has any magic damage. So even that is nothing. He can build all the AP he wants. He's going to get a lot of healing, but he's still going to be dealing all of his damage through his auto attacks. And as such, Tommy's just tanky to everyone.
Yeah. So it'll definitely be something that Elysium will somehow have to find an answer for.
Is he popped up? You can find it.
I mean,
we can search it. Is E? Yeah, that's the magic damage.
Yeah,
there you go.
yeah. 200
damage.
Yeah. 30% slow as well.
But everything else deals physical, so it doesn't even matter. Like even if it scales off AP, it still deals physical. The armor is what's going to get tested, and what's tested also is Frost.
Frost could be in trouble. Audacious Charge, speaking of, gets a shutdown over to Mango.
Build more AP.
So yeah, he's going to go from 208 magic damage to. Wait, how did Turbofire get there? You know what? Whoa! Okay. Did you see Reckoning? I didn't see Reckoning.
I think I saw
him. Hit by Decimating Smash and then stuck under tower. Going to give over another 400 gold to Tommy Buckets.
And look at what that's done to the top play. It has cancelled out that amazing play they made on sides instantly. They get a huge shutdown onto Frost. They commit so many resources, and yet still the rest of the map is just giving it straight back. What is the point of sending 3 players top if my bot laner is going to go walking up and die 1v1 in mid?
Hey, mid lane waves are I guess like a side quest for ADCs.
I think
like it's a mini
side
game
quest may be a bit mean. I've seen people in chat calling them addictive. I think that's like they're the gateway drug.
Oh.
Mid waves are the gateway drug to ADCs.
Okay. So if they're the gateway drug, what do they open the gates to? Is the question. Side lane waves? ARAM. This is fair. This is fair. I can't deny
ARAM
this
Mayhem
one.
Jinx. That's what opens the gateway too.
I do love me some good ARAMs. So I can't deny this one.
Or face checking. It can also be a gateway into face checking if you want to go that way too.
Yeah. Well, the gateway to the 4th Drake of the game is opening as it spawns in 2 seconds now. Both teams posturing around it as if they want to go for it. Turboflyer does have access to the teleport to be able to arrive to this fight. We'll use it now very early to make this a 5v5. And so, I mean, Tommy Buckets not far to be able to follow up. Does have access to the unstoppable Arn slot to arrive if needed. As you mentioned, the flip might be coming through. Nature's Crafts going to drop, finds its way only onto Turbo Flyer. Unstoppable Onslaught going to
Top?
come through, forces a flash out of Star Burrito. Mega Inferno Bomb finds its way onto 3. Skylar Week hits Mango, pushing down low onto the health bar of the jungler of Elysium, finds its way, as well as the Drake going the way of TSI, but it's a bit scattered now. Gunny Thick going to use the Twisted Advance onto Reckoning, finds that kill, but Frost going to press forward and get up the kill for himself before he goes down, but the rest of TSI collapse on the few remaining members of Elysium. Turbo Flyer is going to try to heal up as long as possible, but it's not going to nearly be long enough. Ace goes the way of TSI, but without their carries, they don't really have any sort of damage to be able to turn onto the Baron.
Yeah, especially with how far away they are from the Baron. The kill time is not even that long still. Manga's up in 9 seconds already. It's not quite just you get an ace turn Baron no matter how many people you have left phase of the game. Instead, it's push out the sideways, push out the mid wave, get yourself some of that standing gold that was just waiting for you to take as a very welcome reward. Very good macro to see there from TSI. I'd also really like to see from TSI how much of a plan they had coming into that play. They knew exactly how they were going to play that team fight. Elysium, who we've pointed out throughout this whole season, throughout especially the series coming into it, as having really good team fights, they're the ones that look confused when we enter these situations. They are the ones that feel like they are on the back foot and don't know how to respond to TSI. TSI, straight away into that fight, they see where Star Burrito is. Okay, we're going to go on the Hui. We're going to silent onto the Hui. We're going to pressure them out, and we're going to collapse this team fight into our favor. Elysium had no response. They're left floundering. They don't know what's coming, and they don't know how to respond. They don't have clear protocols laid out, and they are just trying to guess what the best play is at any phase of the game. They don't know anymore, and that is a scary thing to say about Elysium's team fights. They don't know what to do.
Yeah, especially for I mean, we've said plenty of times, one that has been so like lauded. I mean, even multiple of the bits of videos that CZI has uploaded, that their main weakness that they pointed out, and as everyone's saying, is that sometimes when the games get too hectic and they can't organize things, it's been a little bit questionable for them. But I mean, even now, 27 minutes in, down 4.5k gold over the 6th seed of TSI. Hold on, mid lane Reckoning. Talk about ADCs in mid lane. Will deny the Mega Inferno Bomb with the spell shield, but Wolfman still arrives all the same. And all the while, Frost going to claim Relics, who was found roaming over to try to help out his ADC from greeting once again. 2 kills quickly go the way of TSI. And we talked about Baron earlier. It wasn't looking like it was on the cards for them, but now don't have the fastest clear ever, but they might have an angle. Instead, they don't look for it. I'm a bit too preemptive with that call.
Double Mage, I don't hate not going for it, but I do hate where Reckoning's standing, right? You have no mid tier 1 and no mid tier 2.
I feel like Turbo Flyer does more damage to himself at this point.
He does.
Just like to cut you off, it just feels really bad.
What gives you the thought on the Sivir that you can even take that stance in mid? Your other players are not even close. They are helping their jungler clear out top camps so they can try and push forward to get some vision of the Baron. You cannot be clearing waves close to the enemy mid tier 1 that still, by the way, is standing and hasn't even looked like it's close to falling this whole game. You are just so greedy standing there as Reckoning. I think, did we just see the Crystalline Overgrowth isn't even there? Did he hit the tower and just die from being that far up in the lane? There's no Crystalline Overgrowth.
Oh, it's not there.
He's walked up and hit the turret. He's walked up and hit the turret into a Ziggs Jarvan. You can't do that.
Yeah, that I don't even know how to follow that one up, because like that really just it really speaks for itself.
You can follow up with Reckoning knows better. Like, he knows better. He should know better.
You would hope so. But I think the evidence might be a little bit to the contrary. So far, at least in this series.
That's fair.
I mean, deep down Reckoning, deep down Reckoning obviously does know better, but sometimes that knowledge just doesn't get to you. And then at that point, if you're like, it's like, I guess the utilization or like the application of knowledge, right? Like if you know it but don't use it, like truly, how much does it matter? And I think
not
that,
much.
As much to anything forward to that. Relics caught too far forward once again. Will flash away, drops the box to try to slow things down, but Frost will be the one to pick that up with Drake spawning in 15 seconds. No support for Elysium as the soul point Drake for both these teams comes up. It means that TSI going to be on a 3 Ocean Drake soul points with a Scion in the game. Yeah, that's
look at which team
not
has
ideal.
anti-heal into oceans of healing. Like, there comes a point where even like this, you're gonna need anti-heal.
Unstoppable Onslaught going to go right in between Reckoning and Turbo Flower. Reckoning, you to use the On the Hunt to escape Mango. I didn't even get the Scuttle Crab. That feels bad.
Syndra
I
things.
mean, yeah. Hate to see it.
They're out there, and that's the most important part this time. It could have been a very different situation. I feel like you might have to go through some more driving lessons there. Maybe we have to re-get his permit there from Tommy. Is that fear has just been tanked so well by the minion that you almost wouldn't have even known through the fear out. That was disgusting. The difference between Tommy taking a chunk and still being able to walk up as confidently as he has been this whole game in the side lane. 3 items of Scion with the whole weight of his team behind him. A lot of focus being put on this top tier 2 right now. It's the last tier 2 remaining. I'm surprised they're not putting a little more focus maybe on the objective itself. The big purple one is still down there. Baron is a lot easier to siege with than without.
Burrito, though, taking out half HP, will go gold to the dodge, out the Unstoppable Onslaught, Mega Inferno Bomb follow up, won't quite hit the mark, but the point and click ult from Frost will, and so Relic's quick to follow, burnt down. The rest of TSI arrive, the Cataclysm means they can't get away. Bees taking low, double kill goes the way of Bees, and actually Collapse finds its way onto Wolfman, and so to be fair, TSI might have pushed a little bit too far. Turbo Flower going to find the Q onto Frost, finds another shutdown. TSI may have pushed a little bit too far. Bees is back out of the Guardian Angel and sliced and diced down by Turbo Flyer's shutdown. Going to actually go the way of Mango. And with how low Gunny Thick is, it's only Tommy Buckets left in this top lane for TSI to fight it out. But just because he can take 1,000,000 damage doesn't mean he can't take 1,000,001. Shutdown goes the way of Turbo Flyer.
Big overstay from TSI, and I mean, you don't have to do this. They've just given up half of their gold lead. For what? This whole time, they're looking to siege onto a tier 2 that they would take without even having to lift a finger if they just went and got the Baron. Look at the vision they set up. They don't need to make this play. TSI can take their time. They can go towards the Baron that is waiting there. It is a valuable prize. Elysium can see nothing. Thank you, Popped Up, for showing us how little they can see. They can't see a damn thing. You don't need to do this. The best chance they have of face checking right now is a random Scryer's Bloom or a Blue Orb that just got put down, by the way, by Reckoning on that mid brush. He's going to be missing for the next 80 seconds as well on that, in a slightly different point. But the TSI, you don't need to siege. The sieging is so difficult. We pointed out, you're sieging into a Sivir. You're sieging into a Hui. You need Baron. These waves disintegrate. I don't care how many times Reckoning gets caught on whichever wave. He can still destroy them very, very quickly. The Hui, even at 2 items, will melt through waves. That's what these champions do. They have amazing wave clear champions do. Elysium, you need the Baron to be able to effectively push. And that was just not a good allocation of resources there from TSI. What you need to do is you need to take the enemy jungle, put down the vision, and then pull away from the turret. Having the tier 2 up there on top is absolutely fine. You don't need to worry about it. You can just take your time, work on the Baron. Even with double mage, you have plenty of damage at this phase of the game, kind of 33 minutes in. When the players have maybe 31, 32, you have 3 items on both of your mages. That's enough. Making the play on top side, overextending for no reason, it's given Elysium a little window back into this game now.
Speaking of the Sivir, Reckoning on 4 items now. Be doing plenty of damage, assuming that it doesn't get caught on a midway before he gets that Turbo Flag. Going to get hit by the Unstoppable Onslaught. CC'd into Oblivion. Going to pop the Dominus to try to give himself a little bit of health. Mega Inferno Bomb over the top just for good measure. Frost will be the one to secure the kill. The response from Elysium is to move everybody towards this bottom lane.
Nice for
miss from Star Burrito. Scattered Weak finds way onto Mago. Does pop the Crescent card to stay alive for a little bit longer. Flag drag from Bees falls away over. There's a good fear from the Hui to get Bees away. So no further kills go the way of TSI. And actually the response, in fairness to Elysium, is about as good as they could have asked for, but still going to be down on Turbo Flyer for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, I mean that there is just a typical response in the 4v5. You can somewhat hold on if the one that died baited out 4 ultimates on his way out, right? So that's Unstoppable Onslaught, Unleash Power, Ziggs Bomb, and Nature's Grasp. The only thing not used there was Bee's Cataclysm, and I think again good restraint shown here by Bees not to go too far, too fast. He is showing you just the right level of aggression right now on this Jarvan. If he goes for the full send there, it might actually be a Baron turn in the other favor, as now they can just look for more
Frost
picks like
Scatter the
that.
Weak does a ton of damage. Mega Infernal Bomb going to be sidestepped by Relics. But my goodness. That was just a handful of maybe 1.5 spell rotations from the mid and bot of TSI. Reckoning also going to take a bomb from Wolfman to the face, taking him very
You're not
low.
contesting this, Drake.
Going to be pushed completely out of this Drake before the fight can even begin. So that is a full 4 Ocean Drake Soul going over to the side of TSI.
And now you officially need the anti-heal. I don't care who you think you're up against.
I reckon
you need anti-heal now. 4 Ocean Drakes. You going there eventually, congrats, but like it might be too late. I don't know. There's a chance. I feel like going LDR into an Ocean Soul was maybe the decision that Reckoning will regret, as he's now going to either sell that thing or he's going to do some other stuff.
The Weak finds its way onto Reckoning. Cataclysm comes over top. Mega Inferno Bomb isn't quite enough to find the kill just yet, but they finally tick down. Wolfman the one to secure the kill. Bees getting the one onto Reckoning. Will get the Guardian Angel revive as well. Slice Dice tries to find its way onto Frost, who then flashes over the wall. Bees taking very low Turbo Flyer. Dude, his best to try to greed down onto Bees, but as you mentioned, the healing is just too much for Elysium to handle. Turbo Flyer is going to try to heal up himself, but he's on the wrong side of the map. Mango eventually going to collapse down onto Frost, and to be fair, the damage dealers on the side of TSI are now gone, but these tanks on TSI really don't care of what Elysium have for the Mango. Audaciously charges forward, will pop the Crescent Guard once again. Star Burrito kept at range, doing his best to find as much damage as possible, but they take no damage on the side of TSI. Star Burrito going to have to flash away just to survive a little bit longer. The fear drops, and to be fair, does find a kill and a shutdown onto Bees. So kills go the way of the mid laner of Elysium. Survived to see another day, but these tanks on TSI, man, they don't care at all what Elysium have.
Unending Despair plus Ocean Soul on Scion. Unkillable. When the Sivir isn't there applying anti-heal. When the Sivir dies that fast in the fight, it's very, very difficult. This is a massive overstay from TSI.
Mega Inferno Bomb going to drop over the top to try to kill onto Reckoning, and Relic's shutdown does go the way of Star Burrito. Unstoppable Onslaught going to miss everybody. It actually did slightly tag Star Burrito, but it's only going to do does a little bit of damage. Yeah, the modicum of damage. Thank you. Wow, I don't know. I was portmanteauing modicum and minuscule for whatever godforsaken reason. But
you gotta start with them. Understandable.
Yeah. Happens.
So why aren't we doing Baron now? As TSI. What's stopping us at this point? The Baron has been here for 18 minutes.
He's chilling. Having a good time in his little pit there. Watching
is it a mental block?
League of Legends. It might be the fear that they don't have a fast enough take. Question
You've got
mark?
4.5 items Ziggs. You have a fast enough take.
I don't disagree, but I was just trying to get into the head maybe what the thought process.
Hold on. They're clearing wards.
Vision cleared.
But they don't have any deep vision of their own.
Yeah.
Right? This is what we saw earlier. When they went to put that deep vision in, they overextended. They then lose it all because, that was 10 minutes ago or whatever. They are now forced to go through that process again. If they want to really get a solid Baron, they need to get some actual vision beyond what they have right now. It's a control ward next to Raptor Pit, and it's one ward showing right now just outside of the red buff pit. It's not enough for TSI to be comfortable taking their own Baron. They're going to have to push a little bit deeper. They know they can see this Quay on mid lane. They can see Dragon now as well.
Over from Bees, trying to find out Star Burrito. Nature's Grasp. Not going to hit anybody. No ult from the Maokai. It is a relatively quick cooldown at this point in the game, though, so I don't think they will be missing it all too much.
But look what this has done to now Elysium's vision as well, right? They have no more blue orbs for the next couple of seconds. Next one up is going to be Star Burrito, but that still feels like 10 seconds away. They could have been on the Baron here. TSI missing another window.
Ooh, good Lantern from Relics to get Reckoning away. It was very dangerous for the ADC of Elysium. It has died on the mid wave quite a few times already. Having said this, being Smash not quite pointing up through Mega Infernal Bomb. Not going to do too much damage, but a teleport comes through from Turbo Flyer. Hook finds its way onto the Silence. Turbo Flyer slicing dice onto the back line, but Frost bursts down Relics, but might have gone a little too far forward. Crescent card used by Mango to try to buy some space for himself. Turbo Flyer slicing a dice onto the back line, gets a kill onto Frost, trying to find Wolfman, who flashes away in short order. Can they get the kill to 6? They do! From Elysium, double kill for Turbo Flyer, and any sort of damage that TSI had left is gone with their mid and ADC. Tommy Buckets going to get cut down by Reckoning. And so Elysium, despite how this game has gone, despite the four Ocean Drake soul to TSI, they cut through any healing that they had. They're not even going to look for the Baron. They're going to try to end Gunny Thick, the only one left alive. Frost is back up in 20 seconds. Will it be soon enough to be able to stop the push of Elysium? The support and Maokai not nearly going to do enough on his own. First, Nexus Tower is very squishy. Second one going to be quick, falling in short order, and with 10 seconds to go for Frost to respawn. Elysium with one swing of the bat, knock it out of the park and take game 2 to level up the series.
Insane.
It's insane. Like that's the only way to describe it. Truly.
Now, what I have here are a couple of sports balls, right?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
If I were to make this action, what would that be?
That would be I'm going to try. I'm going to say something. I'm going to not say the term. Okay, you know what? I was trying. I was searching. A toss. A toss.
Like, they tossed the game. They threw whichever way you want to throw it. That was just like indecision, biting back Team Solo Invade to the point where they weren't sure of their next steps. We've commended them so far in the series. When the fights were happening, they knew exactly what to do. But it's the in-between that they've really struggled with in this game in particular. They had opportunities to go get this Baron, but it stayed untouched on the Rift for 19 minutes. That is inexcusable when you're in such a commanding position. They were clearly able to use that position to get bot side objectives, and there is no reason why they shouldn't be able to do that for top side as well. Baron is a little bit more scary than a dragon. I will concede that absolutely. But you have to have something going your way. You have to take the objective. You have to go there on the timers where it's presented to you. If you don't, you're just going to allow the enemy team to wave clear to safety. They have Hui Sivir. That is enough wave clear where when you don't have Baron, they will stall the game ad infinitum. They will just wait and you cannot do anything. They will keep clearing every single wave and you're stuck. You're stuck waiting for them to somehow make a mistake. Elysium hold their nerve. They don't make that extra mistake. Team Solo Invade give it straight back to them. And it's all just based off the decision-making that they didn't want to pull the trigger on. Right? Indecision sometimes is the biggest killer, and this time it's killed TSI.
Yeah, and Elysium, I mean, to be fair, the Turbo Flyer diving in onto the back line, recognizing the targets that they needed to find of Frost and Wolfman being the main points of interest that needs to be dealt with, and was very much the first one to be able to prevent them from being able to do anything in those fights. Death is the hardest form of CC, and was really showing that in these later fights. So well done to them on the side of Elysium to be able to stick in it as long as they did, to be able to come back in the fashion that they managed. So bringing up level going into game 3, it was looking very dangerous for a moment, for more than just a single moment from Elysium, but they've done exactly what they needed to be able to prevent them from being on match point. So we will see how we pick up and change things for game 3 after this short break. We're going to need a break after how long that one went, which we will see you on the other side of. We are back for Game 3 in the Blue Otter Premier League lower quarterfinals between Elysium and Team Solo Invade. TSI leading for large portions of that last game, but Elysium come back with the 4.5 item Sivir. Late game Sivir doing late game Sivir things to be able to bring it back level. We're strictly going through draft already and talk about late game 80 carries. Smolder is going to be the lock in for Elysium.
So Elysium may think they have found the blueprint. Just scale forever, because the enemy team doesn't know how to end in the correct way, and maybe it works, or maybe TSI will take in this slightly longer break that we had due to some technical issues to work out how to end a game from such a situation, or other option, also try to outscale the enemy.
Well, in terms of scaling, the immediate response from TSI is also to pick up the Senna, so two infinitely scaling and stacking champions going to be on the board here for Game 3, so we might be here a while once again alongside the Senna. Often we see the Nautilus, but that was already picked. We might see something else coming out. We actually will be forced to see a different option of what the typical pairing for the Senna is, and it will be the Alistar.
Yeah, surprised you see them pick up their support so early. I feel like with a Senna you can really wait. You don't have to worry so much. You can just kind of give it some time. But they go straight away for it, and they don't try and bait out any extra bans. I've seen Senna. I think maybe you've seen Senna yesterday. I'll be honest, it's a little bit of a blur. But I think when that happened, if it happened, I think it happened. I definitely saw a Senna recently, and it was like, okay, let's wait, and then like they banned out time Kenshin things, and they were still able to get what they wanted. So, spreading this around, a little bit of a different philosophy from TSI, but Elysium are happy to play this. I scale forever, and Soraka.
Yeah,
Need we say more?
Definitely. Yeah. Soraka definitely does that. I'm also a little bit hesitant to give any confirmation about like the Senna being played yesterday because I was watching it alongside the LCS. I know FlyQuest played it, but as you mentioned, when you watch, especially having seen two games going on saying that at the same time, does come a little bit blurry. Zahin, though, going to be the lock-in for Elysium. Going to be adding a little bit of just general fighting ability and some flexibility between the mid and top roles there.
Yeah, absolutely. Just keeping themselves open options here for the Zahin. You can take it jungle, take it top lane. You just kind of wait for that. TSI, you can pick something with a little bit less flexibility, unless your name is Baus, in which case, sure, by top, definitely a thing. Unlikely, I'd say, in this type of situation.
Very.
Especially with what they've already drafted so far. Right? TSI, Alistar plus Vi, clear identity already. They are looking to go forwards, and if absolutely necessary, sure, okay, let's save the ADC. But it feels like forwards, the direction they want to be going, especially onto a smaller Soraka, where if you don't get on the Soraka, you will eventually lose, because it's Soraka and the ambulance is too strong. If you don't kill her, she will dominate. You kind of have to go forwards. I really like the vibe pick for that reason.
Yeah, with the easily lockdown, you press R, you kind of unstoppable. You won't be able to silence once you come through. Obviously, I guess you can press it down on yourself and have the follow-up be silenced, but at that point it just seems a little bit too late to go to the second round of bans. A lot of focus in the mid lane already getting showed. Xerath, Swain, Azir, and Victor all going to be taken off the board by both Elysium and TSI.
Yeah, massive mid prio. You're actually not seeing anything towards it as of yet. TSI can have first choice. Do they want to take something here? I wouldn't be surprised if they did. Aurora is an interesting choice to be taking a mid in this type of situation. You can try and shove it off as a flex, potentially as well. You don't just have to be taking it here as the mid lane. If there's something that presents itself, like maybe the Zahin that you like the matchup into, if you think that Aurora into Zahin is something you're happy with, then you can also then try and work towards that counter pick towards mid. Kind of rest on what Elysium want to be going here, though, as well, as it's another champion as well, from Elysium's point of view, from TSI's point of view, rather, that's able to go forward, able to assist in the overall team fight. I do slightly worry for them that the Senna might get a little bit left behind, but late game Senna with enough range, don't have to worry about all too much, but still maybe a consideration in the back of their mind.
I would expect that the Aurora is going mid lane, as Frost has played quite a bit of this champion. I'm not as certain on Tommy Buckets on that front, so that's the expectation. But with Fiora getting locked in for Elysium, the blind Fiora is certainly a choice, but at the very least, it does confirm that the Galio is very likely going mid, and that Zahin will be in the jungle.
Now, we definitely saw this yesterday. I remember this because it was game one.
It's into the Ornn, right?
And it lost badly.
Pretty sure.
It's taken as a counter pick, and it did not go well. Could see more of the same with TSI want to take an Ornn. It fits in with their identity of being able to go forwards, very solid engage. Instead, going to take it a different direction. Now, in fairness, Ornn was not meant to do as well as he did in that matchup, but at the same time, it's Ornn, so like what's meant to happen doesn't really count for much. He just kind of does things, and if you're good at him, then he typically does pretty damn good things. TSI instead, though, going to favor the more bruisery style. Makes it a little bit more difficult to really execute. The top lane not the most mobile, not the most agile as an Aatrox, but still plenty of ability, especially if you can get some of those flanks that we saw, like in game one from Tommy Buckets.
Yeah.
To have plenty of impact on these team fights, and I think TSI's focus this game really is getting onto this Soraka and trying to do it as safely as possible.
I think that definitely will have to be the look from Team Solo Invade. I think on even level, any front to back sort of situation, not necessarily going to look the greatest for them, even with the Fiora locked in on the side of Elysium. Galio and Zahin definitely, especially the Galio, going to provide a really strong frontline presence for the side of Elysium. Meanwhile, Team Solo Invade, a lot of single target damage and lots of abilities to have creative angles onto the likes of the Soraka and the Smolder, which will be a pretty sizable portion of Elysium's damage coming out. Or, well, the Smolder at the very least will be a pretty sizable portion of the damage that Elysium will be providing for themselves here in Game 3.
Yeah, it's a small little danger that you can sometimes fall into when you draft the Smolder, is to pick everything for it. And to some regard they have, especially in terms of their damage profile, maybe a slightly different conversation, but very physical focus, very armor heavy in response could be the way that TSI wanted to go. And just gonna say, you know what works really well if you need a lot of armor? Order Cassante.
Okay, yeah.
Malphite's already gone. You can't do Malphite.
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure Malphite's already gone. Actually, no, he definitely is.
It would have been, but other tanks, right? Other tanks would have been good, but TSI, they chose to go this path. Fair enough, but it does mean that now the damage spread from Elysium is what it is. The Galio is not going to be doing all too much. If Elysium fall behind the curve in a game like this, it will be very similar to what we saw in game one. It's difficult to get back ahead when your damage profile is very one-dimensional. Right? That's why we typically talk about having a good damage split. Having a Smolder does somewhat mitigate that because true damage, but the point still remains, if you fall behind, you're going to have a real tough time getting back into this game. And I think a lot of this game is just going to rely on what happens in bot. Senna Alistair into Soraka Smolder is not something people are used to playing, are used to seeing. It's going to be very much so dependent on individual players having the biggest impact they possibly can, and then come late game, killing the Soraka, or not letting the Soraka die.
We'll have to wait and see how that plays out for Team Solo Invade, whether or not they could find a lot of really creative angles that they did in game one, or whether or not Elysium's front-to-back team fighting that they are so renowned for to protect the Smolder and the Soraka to be able to propel them to a game 3 victory will come through. We'll only be able to figure out after the short spectator delay when we are on the Rift for game 3, so don't go anywhere. See you in a little bit. We're back for game 3 between Elysium and Team Solo Invade. And we've got a lot of scaling in the bot lane. But alongside that, we're going to be looking for creative angles from TSI once again, similar to what we saw from them in game 1.
Yeah, I think we talked about it in draft. This game has a lot hanging on what occurs down in the bot side, right? This is a matchup that Reckoning and Wolfman both going to have to relish in. And to some regards, the support's also going to have a big impact on. Not just during laning phase, but also later on, Relics is going to become a massive target for TSI's aggression. And it's down to him and his team to help him mitigate that type of targeted aggression that's going to be coming his way, because he's going to have a lot to deal with as this Soraka, as every Soraka should. So not because of like people who play Soraka. It's just like if you don't, you die, right? If you don't target Soraka, you lose. You have to get there somehow. I'm very interested to see what occurs. That first trade was not maybe the best for Reckoning and Relics.
No, not. That is certainly one way to put it. Wolfman definitely dropping down a few auto attacks completely uncontested. Going to help him scale up a little bit more on the Senna. Just that much quicker. And even again, another cute auto combo dropping its way onto Reckoning. Will help him speed up a little bit. But, I mean, for the time being, this bot lane is going to be relatively uninteractive. You could feel the early level is definitely going to go the way of Elysium. Elysium's bot lane is they do have the range of the Soraka, but even then there's not really going to be any sort of threatening kill pressure at all from them.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of the waiting game here. Right, so they have pressure in terms of the ability to get through way fast. They can chuck up a little bit of poke, but you also got send heal set poke, so maybe not as truly impactful as it could always be. Nice W from Wolfman, going to keep that pressure on in his own right. But the early crash definitely going in Elysium's way, as you'd expect, into an Alistair who is, I guess, there. If we were going to be technical about it, he is there, but does he exist? I don't know. I mean, he's there.
Yeah, I mean, that is early game Alistair. Until you really get to level 3, is not really a champion at that point, but people who are champions is this mid lane between Star Burrito and Frost, both getting very dangerously low, though both junglers opting into that full clear will be a little bit longer until they start to look at a potential target towards the mid lane. But Headbutt Pulverize drops down onto Reckoning, will pop very early. Flashes, gets the snare onto both himself and Relics Ignite, ticking down onto Reckoning. Not quite enough to finish off the kill, but Smolder very dangerously low.
Yeah, and just surprising to see it not work out as well as it maybe could be for Reckoning, who's having a real tough time in this early lane. Go back up to top lane, what the hell?
Who might be having a really tough time is Tommy Bucket. Solo kill, first blood to Turbo Flyer, using the Ignite advantage to its fullest. Justice Punch going to hit B, is going to force a flash away. Taunt does drop, flash follow from Mango, secures a second for Elysium.
Huge in the top side. Both junglers realizing that while bot lane is going to be very important as this game does progress, top lane can have a massive impact, right? A Fiora getting strong early is going to be a nightmare for Tommy to deal with on the Aatrox. This is a very volatile lane that both junglers identified. Both junglers work their way up to top to try and help out, and yet it's over before they're even there. Turboflyer already gets that solo kill, and Tommy's caught out entirely. It's absolutely massive now for how the game is going to shape out. The fact that Bees goes down on top of it is just salt in the wounds for TSI, as there's some weird things happening around the bot side jungle. I believe that was an attempt by Mango to get a double crab after not having taken his base. Bees is able to confirm they are indeed his crabs.
So lands its way onto Relics. He's going to have to flash away from Gunny Thick, so both bot laners of Elysium will be relatively immobile for the near future.
Yeah, that is a target painted on their back, I believe is the phrase. They are now very vulnerable, especially with their mana being where it is. It might even require any assistance, I'll be honest. I feel like just a full commit right now would be enough. As such, it will be respected by Elysium, and they will get the hell out of there. And now, unlikely, just with Senna Alistair to have enough damage, it's going to require a little bit more, right? They're going to need either Bees to come down after this type of full clear, or for Frost to hit level 6 off mid, and look for a roam of his own as Turbo is trying to make
Speaking
level
of
6 and
level
level 5 work.
6s, though, won't quite hit the vital on that first one. And comes back up. Not going to fully commit into the all-in on to Tommy Buckets, but does have level advantage for the time being.
I love the idea there. Just you put the pressure on while you can, especially since somehow down in items as well, like down a longsword, and he's still able to put that pressure on from that low. Good respect well shown by Tommy as the bot side. You said a lot of focus will be put. Now the focus of this first objective is Star is trying to make something else happen onto Frost, but it's just an exchange of HP that Star somewhat loses, and it means that Frost also then has prior to roam down and make sure that Drake that was already secured is even more secured. Surprising though, Wolfman not securing those souls.
Yeah, it disappeared now, but
Yeah, they got now. Yeah.
the recall, I don't know. Trying to think something of it, but I honestly,
He
it's a bit
wanted
of
to
an
do it for
odd.
tempo to get there as fast as possible, to get straight back. He still will miss out on a good chunk of this wave anyway. I feel like one extra Q wouldn't have hurt. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
you still get back for the casters of the double wave that was stacked up. I feel like could have been worth it for 2 extra stacks to just stick around a touch longer, but it's a decision he made. So we're going to go again from Gunny. Hello.
Another headbutt pulverized from Gunny, going to drop on Reckoning.
Oh,
He's going to do his best to try to get away as quickly as possible, but no flash, now no barrier once again. Using that immediately on cooldown. Even though they are up in farm on the side of Elysium, definitely being aggressed on from TSI.
Yeah, the only difference between Reckoning living and dying there was actually that Senna W. I don't know if you saw it. Landed on the minion directly in front of Wolfman. Thought he got around the hitbox and he could go for it. Just went a tad early. And it means that Reckoning's able to escape. And now that he's ticked over to level 6, it means that the dive was to be looked at there by bees is instantly called off. It was seen by
Yeah.
Elysium. They see him going over. They have the ward in the pixel brush. But they can also then see him going back as they know that once Reckoning's ticked over to level 6, there is no dive threat. Mom has way too much healing, and they just don't have enough damage with Senna, Alistair, and Vi. Mango as well, clearing the Krugs would have been there on a perfect timer to get a counter gank as well. Would have been very, very bad if they committed. So good decision to peel back there by TSI, but they are slowly bleeding out across the rift.
Though headbutt pulverize goes in onto Relic, still has no flash, will get a heal from his own kill. Dawning Shadow will hit the mark, but not quite going to have enough damage to kill off Relics.
Wow. Just constantly putting the pressure on in this bot lane. And I'm surprised that it's working out so well. Relic's going to heal up as much of Wrecking as he possibly can, who, by the way, is on very little mana before Relic's going to take his base. Reckoning is basically going to stand on this turret with like, nothing to play around apart from auto attacks. Becomes very difficult for himself, but he's just got about enough. And it looks like Wolfman wants to take a base anyway.
Yeah, Gunnythake and Wolfman not going to press their luck any further on a potential dive. Wolfman did have access to the Unbreakable Will. Should have chosen to do that, but we're focused now back onto the river. Tommy Bucket's going to be taken low very quickly. Mango would be the one to find the kill to start healing up. Turbo Flyer with the ult. B's going to have to flash over, but Turbo Flyer's follow up. Q will secure 2 more for Elysium on top of the Grubs.
I feel like this is now TSI not quite working out how they can get what they want out of these plays. Bot lane has been such a good area for them, at least in terms of trading. Like I said before, in terms of farming, actually not. Reckoning's done a really good job in some very difficult situations to get a whole lot of CS to his name. But topside has been the antithesis of that. They just cannot get anything working right now for TSI.
And there's an attempt from TSI to try to find an overextending Star Burrito, but Reckoning was there, able to cover that play. But all the while, 2 kills onto Turbo Flyer. Might be feeling really good on this Fiora in the 1v1.
Look at that. Look at that money advantage. Hasn't been able to spend much of it yet. In terms of gold spent, it's actually surprisingly even. I think he spent maybe 200 more gold. But as soon as he's able to convert this base, it's a very different story, as that's a lovely bait for Tommy.
Bees has arrived to try to find the gank, but as you mentioned, Tommy is very low, so despite finding the bait, out for Turbo Flower. The follow-up Q does hit the mark. Volt Breaker comes down. Turbo Flower will deny the damage a little bit longer with the parry, but won't be long enough. B's going to get the shutdown.
Yeah, unfortunately though for Tommy, he burned Flash and Q3. He didn't need to there. His kill's already secured.
Gank, Mango will find the first kill with just a dash forward and a Q. Won't find B's. He's already out.
Yeah, and that's just an unfortunate sequence of events there as we go back down to bot lane. Ooh.
Ooh. That's actually very clever from Alex. I think. I'm going to assume that. I'm going to assume that
actually,
it was
I kind of closed my eyes after I saw the Alistair not do the thing. If it was because of what happened the other way,
it won't
maybe.
matter this time because the Headbolt Pulverize does land stun, follow up onto Reckoning. A few more attacks drop. Dawning Shadow hits the mark. 2v2 kill goes the way of Elysium. I mean, not Elysium's bot lane, of TSI's bot lane. Gunny Thick going to pot the Unbreakable Will just to ensure that it survives a little bit longer. He's taking a few minions to the auto attacks to the face, but Health Potion will keep him alive long enough. Oh, hold up. Star Burrito solo kill onto Frost. We'll turn that around and see exactly what happened here. Frost.
So Frost walks up because he knows Bees is in the area, but it's just too far.
Oh, Justice Punch lands before he can fully go invisible and hits the mark at that point. Does have to flash away from Bees, though.
But it's worth it, right? I'm mid lane.
If
I'm mid lane, I'm gonna burn my flash and get a kill.
You know, it's just it's a little something at the end to make it not as bad, you know.
True, but it's the price of a Galio flash. Well, like Galio, one of the more mobile champions, especially someone who is in this game to mitigate what is being dealt by Frost, right? Mitigate the impact of this Aurora. Now puts him far behind in the lane phase as well, as Tommy is also pretty far behind in the lane phase. The Aatrox is the counter, by the way.
Yeah, Turbo Flyer solo kill up in the top lane. 3-1 and 2 now using the Ignite to its fullest.
Yeah, back to that was Aatrox as the counter pick into a Fiora. Doesn't look like it right now for Tommy, who is not having a great time on this Aatrox. We pointed out before, it's such a volatile lane. If you're not able to get ahead early, if you end up falling behind, you get things like this happen, and suddenly you down 0-4. You are not a factor in this game at this point. There is a chance that you'll be allowed back in. I think Turboflyer has helped him out in some regards by clearing the tier 1 turret. But it also means that Turboflyer has cleared the tier 1 turret at 12 minutes. It allows Aatrox to farm.
Found out once again. Will go between worlds to try to escape. Will do so, but taken very low. No teleport available either. With Drake up, it definitely gives them an option to try to find a way in. Reckoning, though, taken very low once again. Going to be the target of the Vi. The Wish will heal him up so much on top of Mom, but won't nearly be enough. Bees will pick up his second kill of the game.
That was a lot of healing very quickly. That was kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Wish plus Mom just
destroying Turbo with another solo kill, by the way. So, just for good measure.
I mentioned that Tommy was allowed to farm somewhat. That implies that he is not walking up to where his tier 1 doesn't exist anymore. That there is just way too far. Like, what do we expect is going to be the result there? Like, you take it to its logical conclusion and you die. As the Aatrox, the reason I was saying that you kind of release from this lane is because now you can sit under your tier 2 and you will get the waves. The Fiora can't push that far up this early in the game because your team should be able to have a response with mid-tier 1 still firmly on the rift.
Fighting from TSI, trying to pick out Star Burrito, who is relatively tanky at this point in time. Really doesn't mind all too much that the members of TSI have arrived. Justice Punch will be canceled out by Bees, and we'll push forward now onto Mango. Headbutt Pulverize doesn't quite land. Dawning Shadow over the top will target out Mango. Shutdown goes away with Bees. Hero's entrance from Star Burrito might have gone a little bit too far. Hit by the Vault Breaker. Shut down to Frost. Elysium over-aggressed into the Drake. Before, as I say that, Frost may have done so himself. Reckoning at range drops a few autos and a few Qs down onto Frost. Won't be enough to find these kills. No Mango, no Star Burrito means that the second Drake goes away of TSI.
Okay, so if top lane doesn't exist, then TSI are in an amazing place this game. Can we have another look at these gold advantages? I'm very interested to see how much of this 1.4k lead is exacerbated by the fact that it's a 2.7k lead in top.
Oh, yeah.
So more than double the gold lead is in top lane. That means that the rest of the map for TSI is actually doing really, really well. Not a lot of it's through bot. Surprising amount's actually coming through from mid right now, even through that solo kill that Star Burrito was able to grab. It's just consistent advantage ever on the Rift for TSI, and top lane is getting trounced. Tommy has to find a way to farm up safely this game. He's looking for safety elsewhere on the Rift, but this is the one time he actually could be farming top wave, right? Look at where the wave is. Look at where the Fiora is. She's contesting red buff that your Vi's gone to because she has Smite. Turbo was actually giving the Aatrox a wave on top, and yet Tommy wasn't capitalizing. He's now trying to match into the Galio. Will be a much safer matchup for him. Let's not mince our words on that. It would be a lot safer than this Fiora.
Yeah.
But it's also still away from the action, and Star Burrito can get there much, much faster as well.
Yeah, and mentioned Star Burrito with the Hero's Engines will be able to do just that. Does have access to the teleport just in case if anything breaks out around this Rift Trail. To be fair, Gunny's moving as fast as possible as he can to it, but realizes that all of Elysium's there, and it will be the Rift Herald claimed for free to Elysium.
Yeah. Free is a relative term. You're going to lose mid-pro, which is very important. You also have the potential there for a play on bot. That might be more important.
Yeah, and it does come through. Tommy Buckets will die before Bees can arrive. Teleport now dropping from Turbo Flyer to try to make this a little bit more. Justice Punch not quite going to hit the mark. Bees goes back in. Parry from Turbo Flyer won't stop anything, but was preemptive as Bees was flying forward. And with Gunny arriving, they'll just back off from each other in the bot lane for the time being.
So, back to the previous point of if top doesn't exist, this game is playable. Unfortunately, top exists.
Drops?
He's out. It's fine. Yeah. This is interesting in mid, though.
Yeah.
They're kind of safe. The trample didn't connect. And you got 4 bells out of 5. So, able to hang on. Yeah, top lane is becoming like a massive, massive issue for TSI. I mean, they're going to try again.
Now, Q does land onto Turbo Flyer. Can't really use the cease and desist just yet. Hero's Entrance is going to drop Parry, going to slow things down a little bit longer. It will be the mark onto Bees for Turbo Flyer to secure the kill. Get healed right back. Gunny going to try to slow down the exit but prevent it, but there's just too much damage from Turbo Flyer. And now with Mango arriving, Tommy's going to have to flash over the wall to escape. TSI bring a lot to this fight in the bot lane. Overall, a 4v3 that they lose out on.
Yeah, and it's going to get worse as well if they're not careful.
Yeah, Frost going to be hit by the dreaded return into the taunt. The layering of the CC. Perfect from Elysium. Going to pick up yet another kill in that exchange.
Massive, massive plays. And it's not even technically top lane that is causing the issue in that fight, but it's the repercussions. Tommy is not able to play any lane right now as a 1v1. He is just too weak. Everywhere he is fighting, he is at a full item disadvantage. He is looking to try and get to his first still at 18 minutes. And he's still not even like quite there, right? Because he took a stop off for Executioners. Everyone else in the Rift has got at least one. He is... everyone's kind of 1 to like very close to 2 item spikes. The Fiora going to be at Triforce in what seems like maybe 500 gold. Maybe that's already there because of the tier 2, maybe not quite enough, but it's close, right? These are close things, massive spikes for Elysium that Tommy cannot even contest. He just has to accept that he is not at that point. He had a small window of opportunity this game where he was given somewhere to farm safely. When the top lane tier 1 is taken too early, it's not quite as bad as taking a side lane inhib too early, but it can have similar repercussions, right? It can be a safer place to farm than it was before because that tier 1 turret is now not the safe haven it used to be. You see similar things in bot. This time it was given over and Tommy just didn't use that free farm lane.
Going to get hit by Bees, but the dread return finds way onto 2. Tommy Bucket will pocket the World Ender, but is way too squishy. His world is over. As he goes down, Gunny Thick going to use the headbutt away on Star Burrito. The rest of TSI get out of there, but it's just getting bullied across the map by Elysium.
Yeah, and again, it's top lane, right? Again, it's just Tommy Buckets, who now finally has his first item of Shojins. Does it matter? I don't know. As we are getting some stat checks coming through as well. I see a 189 there on the Smolder. I believe I saw 92, but no, 62. I was wrong.
62.
The 6 was the other way up in my head for whatever reason. But 62 makes a little bit more sense at this phase of the game. I was going to say
Yeah.
with 92 would be very, very advanced for Wolfman. It does mean Smolder's kind of a little bit ahead of the curve, kind of right around that 10 per minute, which where you really do want to be, but you sometimes can't. Senna, on the other hand, not really ahead of where you'd want her to be, right? She's kind of there or thereabouts, but in this type of a game, the rest of the map is faltering because of what's happening top. You need to be ahead of the curve now, right? The win condition has changed since we loaded into the rift. It's no longer just wait and scale. It's now we need gold and we need stacks. One of those will, both of them will happen with time, but you're not going to have enough time.
5 or 4.5K gold up to the side of Elysium. Definitely a sizable advantage at 20 minutes. And as well as picking up the Drake for themselves, there's not really a chance for TSI to be able to contest on that front. Does mean that the threat of the soul points that TSI was also building to earlier on really mitigated by this lead in top lane that I have mentioned. That being said, Relics may have gone a bit too far forward. Will flash away. Dawning Shadow over the top. Will eventually find the kill for Bees onto Relics. Hero's entrance did come through. Star Burrito going to be caught out a little bit. The target of Wolfman and the rest of TSI. Shutdown goes the way of Bees once again. These kills all getting picked up by the Vi. Ideally would have liked to see it maybe gone on to Wolfman, but TSI get 2 picks.
Yeah, and I really would love to see them pull the trigger. They are, I don't know if they know just how far behind they are in this game, but looking at the game state as we can see it, it almost feels like you need to take out a Desperation Baron after getting such a positive play like that. It could give the gold lead straight back over, but it could be just enough to get you back into the game as well. It's right on that knife's edge of how much risk do we need to take, and how much risk isn't enough to take to mitigate the bad things that have already happened. No Soraka on the map, no Galio on the map. Maybe there was a window of opportunity there. TSI again choosing to go the path of caution. It's fine for now. They're still very much so around after that play. When we're fighting 4v4, it's looking great from a TSI point of view. When Elysium get their top laner in the mix, though, that dynamic is going to shift drastically, and Turbo Flyer is just scaling so quickly right now. He is already at 2 item spike that you typically talk about for a Fiora being the breaking point where she is disgusting.
Going to go for it onto Relic's head, but pulverized. Wolfman with the auto attack secures the kill. That thing does call Mom, and Mango has arrived, but the damage is already done.
Exactly what you want. More plays where the Fiora is not even close. We did see during that fight, 225 was reached by the Smolder. That's going to keep on ticking in the background. But now, that big break point that we talk about is not as much of an impact. Instead, the impact really is coming through from what Turboflyer can do and where he can find the impact.
Slow hit seconding with the Q, going to drop the barrier. Dawning Shadow over the top, gets a solo kill for Wolfman, but he might have gone a bit too far. The rest of Elysium have collapsed down. Mango with the one to secure the kill, and you mentioned the TP from Tommy Buckets going to come through, going to have to flash over the wall to escape. Pops the World Ender for the move speed, so it is alive in the end, but not exactly what you would have liked to see from the top laner of TSI.
Yeah, I mean, he's alive, yes, but using Flash and Ultimate just to escape means that the next time that a similar situation happens, you're not going to be alive.
B's going to go in, but Turbo Flyer is here, and Turbo Flyer does quite a bit of damage. Hero's Inch is going to be dropped on top of the top laner of Elysium. Force Frost away. Gunny going to push into the backline, trying to find Turbo Flyer, but Mango will get the kill onto Frost, and this cow is going to be ground beef real soon. The Unbreakable will only keep him alive for so long. Double kill goes over to Mango.
And it's so different from the 4v4s we were talking about before. When it's both ADCs that are suddenly out of the mix, out of the fight entirely, that's where Turbofire absolutely thrives on this Fiora. Doesn't even get any of the kills there. But him and Mango in conjunction are so powerful, especially at this phase of the game. They are accelerated. They're both in their 2 item spikes. This is where Zahen, this is where Fiora, where top lane champions in general are at their strongest. At 25 minutes, they are untouchable If they are equal in items, they are ahead. Wolfman, I respect going 1-for-1, but it does mean that the rest of your team has to just kind of give up for the next minute while you're respawning, right? You go 1-for-1 with the Smolder, fine, whatever. You get yourself a little bit further ahead, but that means that
Fire,
TSI have
though,
to give everything else up.
could be in trouble. Will drop the parry really early,
Okay.
which opens up the CC to drop over the top. Shut down goes the way of Bees. Unfortunately, Wolfman would have definitely been the one who would have liked to secure the kill there, but we've said that a lot so far. This one, Baron started up by the side of TSI. No Fiora. That's where all the threat comes from of Elysium.
I love this.
There's an angle. This might be it. Star Burrito going to be hit by the Infernal Chains. Going to push him out a little bit more. Baron now down to 10k HP. There's no Baron to the side of Elysium. They're pushing in the mid lane. They're just going to give it up. They're going to take the Drake. They're going to take the mid lane tower as well, but they will give up the Baron in the process.
This is big. I mean, this is kind of what TSI needed to bring themselves back into the game. Still down heavily in gold, but because of the early Drakes they got, they don't have to worry about that as a condition for Elysium just yet. Still 10 minutes away. It's going to be 35 minutes. At that point, your center should be well and truly online, and also the Fiora will be starting to fall off. This Baron is going to give them enough gold, enough time to try and stall out until that point. Issues are still going to remain. You're still up against a Soraka. You're still up against a Smolder. These two have immense synergy and immense scaling. You're not out of the woods just yet as TSI, but an amazing pick aggro found onto Turboflyer, just a little bit too greedy taking those Krugs. And it's also now a chance for TSI to try and get some of this standing gold off the map as well. Bear in mind, they have no turrets at all. They've lost 7 turrets, and they haven't taken a single one yet. That's a lot of the gold lead.
Yeah, and that would go a decent distance into getting rid of that gold lead with these towers, but the Justice Punch finds its way onto Frost. Luckily, the Aurora is very...
collapsing top?
They might do. They're looking for it. Turboflyer does have access to teleport if he gets a little bit too scared, but is going to be holding onto it for now. Mango is going to be stopping on his blue buff. They're not quite wise to this on the side of Elysium. Turboflyer going to have to try to find a way out of this 4v1. The W not quite going to hit its mark, so the snare's not going to be there. Wish going to keep him alive a little bit longer, but it's not long enough. Bees finds the kill with a rebound. Taunt finds its way onto 4. Wolfman going to drop the Dawning Shadow over the top to heal up and shield up the side of TSI. Another shutdown goes away of Bees. Reckoning is here, but it's too little too late. Taunt finds its way onto 2 in the front line. Gunny Thick goes back in. Headbutt Pulverize removes the front line of Elysium. A third kill found out by TSI. They came for a Turboflyer, but they get Reckoning and Mango and the top lane tier 1.
And it's just late to respond. We pointed it out. Like, obviously, we can see the whole map. It's pretty easy for us. But Elysium just don't respond in time. Mango's doing his blue buff. The bot lane is still trying to walk up. They're not ready. They're catching midway before moving up themselves.
And they push forward even further onto Star Burrito.
Wow.
The magic shield won't protect you from Wolfman dropping auto attacks from 5 screens away. Another kill goes away of the set of 4, 1, and 9. TSI take the bot lane top lane tier 2 as well. Frost all the while left alone in the mid lane to pick up even more gold for themselves. Just a few minutes ago, it was a 4k gold lead to Elysium, but in a moment's notice, in a flash, TSI now up in gold.
And this is why you sometimes need to just make these plays, right? You get around a pick, we're doing Baron. We are behind enough where we just have to force it. And I have to say, if the Baron push looks this good in this game state, how good would it have looked in game 2? We could be talking about a 3-0 if it was just a small little macro decision difference, because TSI have flipped the script on this game. This was Elysium's to lose, and yet somehow, through mismanagement of their own resources, it feels like it's no longer just in their hands. We have been tied back up, approaching the 30-minute mark, and I mean, we already saw the center do some disgusting things during these engagements. Yeah. It's only going to get worse from here. Still waiting on that Infinity Edge. I don't know how you're even going to stop her at this point.
Oh, the angle might be just to look on to Frost, because Star Burrito on his own has built some AP now, so going to hit quite hard onto an isolated Frost, gets him down to sub 50% HP. bit important as the next Drake does spawn in just under a minute. We'll give time for Frost to recall, but perhaps the space that Elysium needs to push into. Oh, relics, hold up. Going to be clearing the
Dangerous,
board.
dangerous.
Yeah, very dangerous moments, but you know, the smolder and
Flash either.
Zahin, we're nearby, so TSI back off from the play onto relics. Wolfman also here. This 3v3 you gotta feel is fairly favored to the side of TSI. They're going to try to find Reckoning. Will be hit by the ult. Hero's entrance will drop through. Won't even matter. Wolfman deletes Reckoning. Where did the smolder go?
He's there.
No, he's not.
On the ground. He's on the ground. No, he's on the ground.
Okay, never mind. Okay, fair.
He's right there. He's on the ground. He was flying around a little bit ago, and then he stopped. That was disgusting.
Oh my goodness! Wow,
that was insane.
That was just an auto cue from Wolfman.
Tommy,
so instead, now Elysium look to the top side of the map. Turbo Fire will find the kill, and actually teleport coming through. We'll try to slow things down, but Frost might have gone a little bit too far. Flash for it hits the dreaded return. It is the dread for Frost. He's gone very low. Parry not quite going to hit the mark. Frost survives to see another day. Drake goes the way of TSI, but they lose their top and mid lane in the process.
I don't know if that's a breakdown in communication, just a lack of understanding there from TSI. They can try and make this work somewhat here as everyone's looking to retreat, but I think Elysium are just going to escape.
For it. Bees goes for it. Is taunted out of the air. Bees has access to the Guardian Angel, but it will be no value out of that gold spent. Why did he flashed? He flashed too after he revived with the GA.
So you know how like there's 5 of them and your Aatrox is dead? You know, further questions.
Baron's also spawning, by the way.
Back to the previous point, because
B's going to respawn in 30 seconds.
Yeah, I mean,
so
that's gone. Like the Baron ship has sailed, unless for some reason Elysium don't want it. They seem to not be wanting it right now. Turbofire's in bot lane. That's another question entirely. Tommy, you've got to know that's coming, right? Your team has decisively won the engagement in mid. They got the pick. Your team is on the Drake. It is uncontested. Your team has to be communicating that it's an uncontested Drake, and you have to be not getting caught like that.
Finds way onto Star Burrito. Teleport going to be coming through from Tommy Buckets to try to turn the fight around. Gunny Thick goes in, knocks up 3, and the rest of TSI push forward. Haven't found any kills. Yes, Star Burrito's gone low. Wolfman will find that one. Tommy Buckets a back line. Clills, Relics, Mangoes left isolated. Wolfman gets 2. The Baron takes just 2 slow from Elysium, and so TSI pick up 4 for themselves. They will eventually get the Baron. They're going to clear out the mid lane in the process. But TSI respond in kind and with greater force.
Wow. So if game 2 was a throw, I think we're having a game of catch right now. The Turbofight also died in that exchange, by the way, in bot. Like,
oh shoot, you're right.
He's dead. I see that in the top left. I don't know how that happened. There he is. Like, TSI somehow catching straight back.
Too many tower shots, probably.
Should we try and have a look? I mean,
it's like it had to be a while ago.
Those death times are long. I saw Boss going. I saw Bees going out of base to try and catch this. Turbo, I guess, was just trying to take a tier 3 in his face, and that's not allowed.
The Q tagged Bees, and he took like 5 tower shots.
Wow. At any rate, that is Baron now secured. We will speed up to catch back up to where we were, because that Soulfly death did happen quite some time ago. Yeah. There is the Baron falling once more, and after these bases come through, I expect to see some massive items now in the bag for TSI. Wolfman should be looking at bare minimum this Infinity Edge. It feels like how much gold he's had recently. Yep, there it goes. I mean, the worst thing of all from Elysium's point of view is that Toy Buckets is somewhat back in this game. I won't say back in this game because he's still at 2 items, but I will say somewhat because he's kind of there or thereabouts right now. He can still put down typical Aatrox levels of CC. He's not going to be as tanky. He's not going to survive as long, but a couple of knockups here and there at the right time, maybe on the right flank, he can still have a good go at taking on Reckoning if he's left alone. He can still definitely disrupt what Relics is wanting to do. Tommy is back in this game, and Elysium are up against the second Baron push they should have had no chance of being up against right now. This game is just insane.
Yeah, and TSI in the lead for the first time. But it feels like all game. Trying to find the game-ending push here in the bot lane with the Baron. They might have spotted out in Mango. Hero's Engine's going to be dropped over the top. Knockup finds its way onto 2. B's getting slowly chunked out, but the Dawning Shadow comes over top for the heals, and the shield's Reckoning taken very low. But the heals are so much Turbo Flyer times Tommy buckets. Now the Wild Wolfman still doing his best to chunk away at the remaining members of Elysium. Wolfman finds the kill onto Reckoning, but they've lost a lot in the process. Double kill for Wolfman, but take their eyes up to the top lane. The inhibitor's gone down. The waves are pushing in. Turbo Flyer not going to push his luck any further into Frost, but super minions are going to be pushing in top and mid for the side of Elysium.
Yeah, and I'm surprised. We won't bother with the replay, but TSI. It feels like those 4v4s have been so secure this whole game. Like they've been so strong when they've been able to take these 4v4s and ignore whatever the hell's happening on the top side. This time round, it isn't quite as positive. It's still a positive play in that 4v4, but it's not as dominant as it has been. And with the state the top lane is in, it comes to a point where it can't be ignored much longer. Turbofly are really threatening to end the game. They're forcing the base from Frost while it was still kind of mid-fight. It also had the base interrupted by Krugs, which was quite funny. On top of everything else, that is a 130 stack center. Scary. I want to say, Hull Breaker Diff. That there, the pressure that Turbofly is now able to exert over whichever lane he decides to go to, he is just unstoppable in the side lane. So let's just not fight the side lane.
Might not get away to the side wave. The ult comes through from Mango. The heals are quite a bit from this rocket, but not quite enough. Frost will be the one to find the first kill. B is going to try to flash out. It does have the Guardian Angel once again. A stun drops its way down onto Wolfman. Hero's Engine finds the mark. Wolfman's dead. Wolfman's claimed by Star Burrito. Reckoning gets the kill onto Bees. Now Tommy Bucks will try to come in as far behind as he is, but it's not going to be enough. Frost going to hop away, but not far enough. Turbo Flyer gets the kill. Triple kill for Reckoning, and it's an ace only for making to the side of Elysium, and with the waves pushing in against all odds, once again Elysium with their backs against the wall find the single fight they need to take game 3.
Wow.
Yeah, wow, right? Like, jeez, wow.
I cannot match that energy, but like I can definitely match that.
It is like 3 a.m. for you, but
Elysium just from the brink. In the game of catch, they don't throw. They finally decide not to throw it back, and instead just hold on to what they got given. I mean, Turbofly, congratulations for that game. I do have to say, TSI willingly taking that fight in what turned out to be a 5v4, a little bit crazy. Maybe they thought Tommy was going to TP. He had it. He just didn't use it. And if that's the difference, if that's what tips Elysium over the edge, if that's what gives Elysium the advantage they need to be able to pick up a decisive, potentially, game 3, then I think TSI can look back at a moment like this and you potentially weep upon it, because there's a world where they're up 3-0 right now. There's a world where they've eliminated Elysium from BOL Prem. Unfortunately for them, that's not the world we inhabit today. Instead, Elysium survive by the skin of their teeth, and they actually now somehow take the lead in this series after it feels like TSI have almost had the better of them the whole series.
And we were talking about the potential Elysium lower bracket run. Definitely one of the most likely to be able to pull it off out of who has been sent here to the bottom half of the Blue Otter Premier League playoffs. They haven't looked very convincing in this series so far, but as it stands, they are only 1 game away from advancing to the lower bracket semifinals. And well, I mean, they are 1 win away, but considering how TSI has played, how they've managed to rise to the occasion for what many thought would be a very quick 3-0, I'm not as easily convinced that it will very quickly be a closeout, a 3-1 for Elysium. We'll have to see how that plays out, starting with the draft of Game 4 after this break, which we'll be bringing to you in short order. Don't go anywhere. so we continue on here in the lower quarterfinals of the Blue Otter Premier League between Elysium and Team Solo Invade. We've said a few times how in a separate world that TSI may have been able to sweep Elysium with how those games have gone, but now they find themselves with their backs up against the wall, Rue.
Absolutely. Win or go home territory now for TSI, which, you know, I think maybe a couple of weeks ago they'd have taken being just in this type of situation, right? 2 wins away from progressing in the playoffs, when playoffs weren't even guaranteed. I think we're talking a very different story, but now we're at the kind of phase where it's the put up or shut up phase, right? You have to start getting games in your favor. You have to start grinding out wins, not just good positions in games, but Nexus is falling down. And so far, TSI only made one of them crumble so far, right? They need to find a way to get towards that end game in slightly different manner, maybe. We'll have to find out how they're going to get there as we proceed through this draft. But they've had the tools to be able to get there so far. It's just that final little bit of execution that they somewhat struggled on.
Fans looking very similar to what we've seen all throughout the series. So Elysium, the champion pool is getting thin. Their first choice will be the Leona blind on the B1.
Yeah, interesting to see Ash, looking at the bans. That was not a ban in game 1, but it has been a first rotation ban in every game since. And Seraphine was taken in game 1. Yeah. It feels almost like counteractive.
It's a bit odd, yeah.
You see them so often as the pair, but it's being treated right now as if the Ash has a lot more power by themselves, which is a little bit odd here from TSI, but they're going to move on from seeing that Leona, and they're going to move on from their picks by taking a Tarek of their own, doubling up in terms of the T's as well. Tarek Tristana.
Yeah, Tristana. So the Tarek into the Leona make a bit of sense. Tarek very traditionally that absorber of the pressure, being able to counter engage quite nicely with the Dazzle and also the Cosmic Radiance. I mean, very famously with the ults, being able to completely make everyone invulnerable. Very good to when you want to run into, especially if you can survive long enough with the likes of Tristana, will be able to do that. And with Volibear getting locked in on the side of Elysium, this Tarek might just be getting a little bit more value with Elysium's lock-ins.
Yeah, I feel like Tarek always has a certain level of value, right? It's never going to be useless, but can sometimes be capped a little bit on the top end. We actually got to see a Tarek in Game 5 yesterday in that Spire Conduit series, picked up by the Spire. Conduit won the series, but worth mentioning at any rate that we have. It's not been left out entirely as the pools get deeper, as the games get further in. Fearless can feel quite painful, right? Being down so many of your comfort picks, you're forced onto these things that are somewhat on the periphery, as I feel like we're getting quite a few of those now into game number 4. Maybe in support it's slightly less so, but Tristana being taken by TSI, Volibear Twitch by Elysium, these are champs that we wouldn't even thought of saying in the regular season.
Oh no, surely not. Well, I mean, I guess in the regular season, at least between these two teams, I know Coop does play a decent bit of the Volibear, maybe not so much in these competitive matches, but does have it up. Sleeve is available to it and has actually played it a few times if I recall correctly, but Ambessa, not necessarily as uncommon as well, coming out from the side of TSI, also has that extra level of flexibility that the Volibear also does have, so can move a few of these champs around the map if need be on the side of both Elysium and TSI. Vex getting taken off the board by him as Azir once again in the second round of bans, going to be targeting out the mid laners of both these teams.
Yeah, Elysium have been very comfortable for the fallback onto mid bans in second rotation so far this series. They're happy to take their own mid late as well. We've seen the only time they picked the mid early was Mel, and I think the less said about that, probably the better for them. Yeah. So delaying that pick makes a lot of sense. It helps them sort out the rest of their draft. They know what type of mid lane they're going to want as well, right? Do they want a typical mage, just play the artillery? Or do you want someone that can get a bit down and dirtier, something maybe like the Silence. As the series gets deeper, gotta work out maybe that when that timer is correct. And Tarek sounds like a fun time. If there's another ultimate here that you want to steal from that TSI going to pick up, I feel like we could be looking at a Silas angle if already in this series.
We'll see what that would be playing into. The Mordekais are going to be the option from TSI. A bit blind on that front, so especially with the counter pick that they've chosen for to go onto the red side, a bit interesting to see coming out from them.
Yeah, uncommon. Maybe the word I describe to that one. The Mordekais are not typically seen as the thing that you take first, but as we pointed out before, these is just kind of where you get to in your champ pools. You've got to go next champ up in what you're wanting to play. We did see Swain banned away in the previous game's second rotation, where it was a lot more focus from TSI on the artillery. They got rid of Zerath to go to Swain. This time they focus a bit more on instant impact, I guess. You can say Gwen and Vex have instant impact. So Swain, give me the direction that Elysium want to take things, or trying to work out where everything goes. You're gonna take.
Ooh.
Okay, well, I've worked out where everything goes. That's a very fun looking top matchup, though.
Yeah, Darius into the Mordekaiser, giving them top lane counter pick on blue side. It's not something you see very often, and if we see another performance like we did in game 1, good to be having some issues up in the top lane. Cassiopeia, though, will be rounding out the draft for TSI.
Yeah, I will say this isn't the most crushing top matchup that could have been chosen. Mordekaiser does have many things that hurt him more. A lot of these things either don't care about his passive, or can kill him in spite of his passive, or can mitigate his passive entirely. I wouldn't necessarily say Darius is part of that gang, right? He's going to kind of be existing inside of Mordekaiser while he slowly chips away at his health bar. He just thinks that he can kill you faster. And depending on the time of the game, depending on when the Mordekaiser decides it's time to step up, depending on how aggressive Tommy is feeling after game 3, it could definitely be the case that this Darius is able to just tank it and move on. But from TSI's point of view, it's allowed them the ability to counterpick instead for their mid lane, where they feel they've been a lot more comfortable throughout this series. Frost has been a beacon of hope for this squad the whole way through. Getting him exactly what he wants in a matchup that he is going to be comfortable with is about as good as you could have got here.
Yeah, especially in the first 2 games, especially was a large part in that win, and also the reason why game 2 went the way it did, or at least for how comfortable it was the side of TSI and the way it did on the Syndra. So we'll see how Frost can do on the Cassiopeia, and definitely carry on this champion with the amount of sustained damage that it can bring, how much it can take over a game. We will see if Frost can do that with the rest of TSI. They will need to, going into game 4, to be able to send us to an all-decisive game 5, 2 days in a row, mind you, here in the Blue Otter Premier League. Whether or not they can do that, we will have to wait and see after the spectator delay. When we come back, we will have loaded onto the Rift for what will, if anything, if the previous series to go off of, should be an absolute classic, so you don't want to miss that. And we are back and ready to go for the.
There's a ward. Sorry.
No, that's a pretty inappropriate response, I will say. Like that.
Sorry.
Who draws it? Gunny. I mean,
I heard the question mark pings. So I was trying to remember what the hell the question mark pings are about. There's a ward in the base. I worked out what they're about. I laughed. Sorry.
No, it's fair. That is 1,000,000% a reason to laugh.
I'm so derailed what you were going to talk about. I'm so sorry.
Welcome to Blue Water Premier League, everyone. Team Solo Invade they have recognized that their backs are against the wall, and they thought they'd give themselves a handicap by Gunny Thick not going to have a ward for the early part of the game, or I guess will do.
For the
It's
content.
in their own base. Yeah, you know. Hey, I mean, to be
the
fair,
content.
a lot of this series you could say has been for the content with how it's gone. It should be fair, it's been some absolutely fire content, if we're being completely honest.
Yeah, well, I feel like our game so far may be likened to sports, right? We're playing different sports as we've gone through the series.
Okay.
Um, Game 3, I'm leaning on tennis. I feel like
Because I've
that's a
been
good
thinking
one.
tennis. I've been thinking tennis for most of the series. How back and forth it's been. It just the games in general. Not only the like 2 wins back
Yeah.
now from Elysium and the one to TSI, but what are your thoughts on the other
I
ones?
mean, game 1, I feel like was a bit more like a baseball blowout, where it's like it was just kind of strong the whole way through from TSI, and Elysium couldn't really quite get there. They were just kind of like watching the ball fly over the stands, and then like I can't be bothered anymore.
Okay, well before we
As
get to
Turbofly
that,
can't be
Tommy
bothered.
Bucket's in trouble. Going to pop the ghost. Obliterate drops down. Flash
Oh.
away from Tommy Buckets. We'll get him out of range of Turbo Flyer, but the bleed is too much. First blood Turbo Flyer.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. Just kind of Darius things. You
Yeah.
gotta
Pop
respect
Ghost,
Darius
and then,
angle.
well, before we get that, so we gotta respect the Cassiopeia angle as well.
Ow.
Star Burrito burning down from the poison. Not quite enough. 8 HP, maybe even 7 if it had ticked back up. Very close moments for Star Burrito having to flash away.
Yeah, that's, I mean, unfortunate, I guess, for TSI, they can't get that return kill as good pressure being put down right now by Relics. The level 3 v level 2 advantage, massive for Leona, especially level 3. When you have all 3 of your abilities, you feel so much tankier when you go forward. You feel like you're giving quite up as much when you go for a trade, and then you still have to get reasonable amounts on the back end. I feel like I'm going to have to come back to game 2. Yeah, game 1 and game 3 are quite natural for me. We'll have to work out what game 4 is going to be. Maybe game 2 is like a game from the Knicks series against the Spurs.
See, I definitely watch basketball, so I can relate to that. Yeah.
I'll go with that then, so you can't contradict it.
Yeah. Going through that, well, Star Burrito has no flash. B is going to try to fight a gank opposite side of the lane, so we'll just push Star Burrito away a little bit further. Frost going to try to extend things out, but Relics is arriving from the bottom lane, going to flash preemptively. The Zenith Blade not quite going to hit the mark. Flash for the Shield of Daybreak's going to only stun the minion. Could have been massive for Elysium, but instead they come up just short.
Okay, well, I don't think we have a sports analogy for that one. Maybe it's golf because you're getting the lowest score possible. That was a 0 out of 10 from Relics, unfortunately. Using the flash in the play, great patience to start things off. Might knock him up to a 1 out of 10, but I mean, come on, you cannot be stunning minions when enemy mid laner is that far up in the lane, putting this much pressure on Star Burrito. At least you get the flash out of the Cassiopeia. That's the positive. The negative is that Star Burrito still also doesn't have flash and is still in a very rough position. He's kind of close to getting something back until Gunny Thick turns up and suddenly he's once more just hiding.
Yeah, Gunny Thick's arrival does ensure that Star Burrito can't push any further onto Frost, who will try to use that angle to find a recall, but that does leave things open in the bottom lane. Reckoning pushing forward onto Wolfman and just take him out a little bit more, but under safety of his tower will be all right.
Yeah, a little bit aggressive there for Wolfman. Didn't need to be that far up in the lane in a 1 versus 2. You know the Tarek from your team has gone up towards mid from their base. You don't know where the Leona is. If you assume that she followed, then you end up with a trade such as that, and just a little bit too far up, but not the worst at the end of the day. Just gonna be able to kind of accept minus like 200 HP overall as it will progress. It does have Tarek as well to help heal up. As a nice, I like this idea, but you have to show eventually. Maybe it was an angle to go hiding as a Twitch, bait them in a little bit further, try and get around, collapse on both sides, but I feel like instead just gonna be catching this wave and waiting for this first turret, for this first Drake rather, to be shown in all chat.
Yeah, and that would give them the knowledge that with Mango on the opposite side of the map, doing his best to counter jungle away as much as possible
Nothing
from
up there.
bees. Will be the trade camps for the Drake. And that's will be not favor TSI just yet. Mango's waiting quite a while to be able to take away this red buff, so how much is being spent in this bottom half of the map? Worth question mark?
Oh, definitely worth for the Drake. Elysium point of view, depends how much greedier Mango wants to get, and if he's going to get punished for said greed. Still barely going to get rid of that red buff just in time. Ticks up to level 6 from it as well. Beast doesn't worry about his level 6. Already got that from the Crab, I believe, after that Drake. So both junglers reaching that very key point in the game where they can really start to affect these lanes. B's going to need some setup. I'll be like,
Oh, wait,
Wreck is dead.
Relics? Oh, wait, whoa, yeah, hold up. We're going to take a look now.
How did
In
this happen?
hindsight, Relics was looking like he was going to make it 2 kills. Jump forward, and the Dazzle with the rocket jump to ensure the snare, and the
That's
amount of
sick.
burst that Tristana has early on when you find those marks is more than enough to find the 2v2 kill onto the Twitch. Relics not long for the word. Wolfman will be gifted it over.
That was sick. Just
That
flying
that
in.
was great.
And the stun from midair does not care. Wolfman, beautiful setup. Courtesy of Gunny as well. Beautiful 2v2 play. The double T's making it work out very well for TSI. 2v2 double kill, absolutely huge in terms of scaling their own game. Back to the previous point, level 6 junglers. Congratulations, and best it needs setup. Volibear does not. Still very dangerous times for TSI in their lanes. Probably not so scary in top. It's a Mordekaiser. Even though he has got that solo kill against him, he can just pull away a gank whenever it comes. Mid lane, much more worrisome, right? If Volibear turns up, I don't really know what Frost can do about it. Apart from slither away to safety with apparently feet, because he also has boots. Not going to question that. But you have to be so much more wary as this Cassiopeia in this type of situation. And we can see, to be fair, Frost are doing precisely that.
Tommy Bucket's going to have to flash away from Turbo Flyer preemptively. It's definitely necessary to pursue, but talking about flashes away, Star Burrito once again flashing away from Frost in the 1v1. To take us back 4 or 5 minutes ago, that's exactly what it looked like.
I mean, the only difference is that Tommy survived, right? Because he flashed early, and Turbo doesn't use the flash in response. But it's literally the same thing. We go from a top play where a flash is used, and then straight down to mid play where Star Burrito is flashing away from Frost. Another good angle found as they can look to make the play onto bot here.
Grubs are going to be picked up.
Besson needs to set up. If the Dazzle comes through,
lane, the Trump pull back from Turbo Flyer straight to the Nevermore. Nox and Ginting going to find the kill, but the invulnerability going to come out from the ult from Tarek in the bot lane. That being said, let's say it's a little bit round 2. Long Reckoning will be the one to secure the kill onto Gunny Thick. So the 1-for-1 trade in the bot lane makes the play all right in the end for Elysium.
Yeah, that's a really odd one from TSI. They either not fully committing to it or just not quite grasping how much or how little potential they had. They just weren't quite there as a conglomerate. Instead, half in, half out, and end up not having their full impact as such. You use the Tarek ult in that exchange. I mean, you can just go for the full send. They don't.
Yeah, it's a bit of an odd one there. Perhaps maybe the missed public execution. I'm trying. It's really just grasping at straws what might have been.
That's what I'm saying. You need to set up the public execution. This Ambessa ult is so much worse than it was a month ago. The extra 0.15 seconds of cast time is brutal.
Oh, speaking of being in not a good spot as they were a little bit ago, Turbo Flyer going to get the heal on the Q, and now Mango's going to ride for the counter gate. The storm will be brought down onto Bees. Tommy Bucket's going to run and play as fast as possible. The sky has been split on his head. Double kill for Mango. Before we get to that, Frost going to fake out Star Burrito. No flash on the Swain. Going to pop a Q, and the ult's not going to be enough as Frost flashes away from the tower to find a solo kill.
I mean, that's what you can do when you have
Reckoning?
What the hell is happening everywhere?
Explosive Charge finishes the fadeaway kill for Wolfman in the bottom lane. Kills all across the board. And was a bit proactive before he gets to that.
Frost,
Proactivity. Mango, once again, Frost stays a bit too long. We were talking about earlier how it's basically drugs for the ADCs. Mid-waves, apparently drugs are Frost as well, but is enough to get away? Not quite. A Mango will pick up his third.
I cannot even begin to try and dissect what happened there. I had a plan after the top play because Turboflyer had his item and no one else did, and that was a really cool talking point. And then we decided to randomly take a bit too much of a trade on mid, and Starburrito gets punished by a nice chase down with Frost, flashing away to save himself in the turret. And then somehow
hit the mark. He's fine. He missed he missed everything up to it, so yeah, a little bit preemptive from myself. Sorry to cut you off there.
Good, but the random kill in bot lane, I don't know how that's even possible. I'll be honest, between the turrets, just I guess Reckoning not quite respecting the sheer damage that Wolfman does possess.
He's going again. Dazzle on the rocket jump. Curl sets up the public execution. That's what we were looking for last time. Comes through once again. Relics going to retreat, but the Eclipses ends. The Cosmic Radiance is going to drop. There's no damage going to be coming through from the tower. It will keep Bees alive. They get the kill onto Reckoning, and he could not react at all to it.
Yeah, again, feels like mixed messages on the Tarek ultimate, but everything else going really well as Frost
once again, Frost caught in the mid lane by Mango. We've seen this a little bit ago, holding on to as long as possible with the extra move speed. Didn't have access to the petrifying gaze, so Mango just runs down the snake.
Yeah, no miasma either. I wonder if that was like a time that they identified where Frost had just used some key abilities. Obviously, the petrifying gaze not quite up cooldown from the previous time round. But I feels like Miasma should have been there, unless Mango's timed that so well that as soon as Starbury said, right, he's used the ability, we're going now, it's worked out very well. I mean, he can still look to make plays on top side as well, but that is a Mordekaiser.
Could bring the storm to cancel out the turrets, but Turboflyer in the Death Realm will survive a little bit longer. Tommy Bucket's going to be hit by the Noxian Guillotine. His Darius is so far ahead, 3-0-1. He stays. He gets the tower, but he dies. He gives the kill to Tommy Bucket's a shutdown. I guess he got the tower. So I mean, I guess, but that's yeah. Whoa, what in the world?
Okay, well at least it's not just one team that's caught in two minds on their plays. If the Volibear hit the turret, then he'd have lived. If he just decided to wait for the next wave, he'd have lived. But instead, they choose the one scenario, like where it doesn't go that way, where somehow the Darius dies to the turret. I also found it funny how on that engage, Mango saw the Turbo had been pulled into the Death Realm, was like, right, screw this, I'm ulting the turret, I'm just going to hit it a little bit. Like, that was the weirdest decision from the Volibear. Could have saved the ult after the Mordekaiser was out of it, but had so much faith in Turboflyer to win out in the 1v1. He's like, yeah, I'm going to ult the turret early, which, by the way, also could have saved Turboflyer. This is the one universe in which Darius dies to that play, and I thank Dr. Strange for choosing this universe.
And I think Tommy Buckets does as well. It was able to complete his Royalized Crystal Scepter as a result, or at least seems that way. Maybe not, because, as the Ruby Crystal in inventory, maybe potentially would have gotten it either way, but still going to give that extra bit of a lifeline to Tommy Buckets. Yeah, I mean, I'm taking a 600 shutdown, golden shutdown every day of the week when I really didn't deserve one. Like, I mean, absolutely, right? And, like, you're not going to say no to it.
Exactly. How can you say no to this? I don't know how to say no to this. Sorry, that's my Hamilton for the day.
Yeah, no, that's a good. I mean, Hamilton's a banger, so that's fair.
Exactly. I apologize for nothing, though. Turb might have to apologize for what he's about to do.
Oh, Gunny going to flash away immediately, going to pause the Cosmic Radiance. It drops. It will keep him alive for a little bit longer and gets Wolfman a few auto attacks. The storm will be brought on the tower, so Gunny Thick does go down, but it was very dangerous for the side of Elysium. They get out the benefactors in the end, but now on the side, B's going to try to find out Mango, chunk him down as much as possible, but he's gone a bit too far. Mango up 2 levels on B's, drops the smite. Mango going to get yet another kill, 5-0-3 on the bear, but a solo kill in the bot lane. Let's take a look at this now. Frost has had the number of Star Burrito for large portions of this series, and just able to chunk him down slowly, but not enough. Star Burrito going to get solo kill onto Frost, despite how this matchup has gone for them. Well, I'd say for the most part, but Frost, it's been from intervention from elsewhere. You know, we'll put it that way. You know?
Yeah, well, intervention required there, certainly, as someone might need to intervene in what's happening in jungle right now. Mango, I mean, he's playing
Oh,
Volibear.
wait,
It's an
teleport?
early game peaking champion. That is a tap.
Bonk?
He's dead.
Bap? Wow.
Intervention. See?
Yeah.
All it needs. Tommy
Another
gonna get
shutdown for
second
Tommy
shutdown.
Buckets, yeah.
Yeah, huge.
485 gold.
Back to the previous point. Mango, early game spiking champion, right? Volibear spikes early. Bees on Ambessa can't really say the same, right? Especially with how it is now. It's dash around 15 times in a late game fight and eventually kill everyone just by doing that kind of dashing around thing. You have to weather this storm. Someone's got to help him out at some point because he is very quickly falling behind in this game. And the Volibear is steaming ahead, already at 2 items, plus a decent chunk of the way to his third. Bees is like an item behind right now. And part of it's from how successful these ganks have been. Part of it's from the ability to also clear the jungle faster than Bees. And when those two happen together, it results in a massive jungle disparity.
Yeah, 650 gold shutdown on the head of Mango. This bear is also fairly pseudo-tanky as well with the Dusk and Dawn available and the Flicker Blades. It becomes very difficult to kill with the extra bonus health he gets on the ult on top of that. How quickly he can heal up Reckoning, getting kind of aggressive, is invisible. Perhaps a flank coming through on the side of Elysium. Solar Flare drops, only finds the sun onto Bees, but the collapse comes through. The bear is still alive. The storm has been brought. Wolfman's in trouble, will be able to rocket jump away. Keep him alive a little bit longer. Bees now in trouble. Reckoning bopped down by the Obliterate. Tommy Buckets trying to get the kill onto the Twitch. The rocket jump away is not quite enough. Hit out in the air by Mango, who's still left alone to auto away on whoever he pleases. Tommy Buckets now the next target, and Mango yet another kill to the side of Elysium, only to go back the way of TSI.
I feel like we're going back to something we said before in this series. Mid lane for ADCs. It's so attractive. It's so addictive.
Oh.
It is the gateway drug, but this Volibear is he's cocaine bear.
Oh, before we get to that, Reptile charges into the mid lane. I think Turbo Fire could have fairly easily gotten the kill onto Frost if he had not gone into the Reptile. But I don't think they really mind either way.
It's iffy.
Yeah,
You do you. Turbo Fire wanted the turret charge, you can get the turret charge.
Yeah. And give him some more gold because Turbo Flyer, desperately needed it considering the circumstances. 5-1-2 on the Darius. Elysium, they've had their struggles throughout this series, but now finally in game 4, kind of rising to the expectations that we had of them. 4.5k gold up over TSI at 19 minutes basically. It's
a position.
Difficult. It's difficult.
Yes, that is the type of position that TSI are now in. It's not going to be easy to dig themselves out of this one, but they've shown that they can do it so far in the series. Even if they haven't managed to get the whole way to a map victory, they have shown that they can pull these scenarios back from the brink and still find a way to win. That's what they've been so strong at so far, is just holding on and finding a way back in these games. Going to be tough, though. Has to be said. It is going to be very, very tough. But if ever you were going to pull a game back, having a 6-kill ADC is a good way to start pulling that game back. And also, Wolfman is respecting midwave. See, the good thing about Gateway Drug is that you don't have to do it every single time. You're not, like, fully addicted.
Ah, I see. Right. Well, unfortunately for the side of TSI, it seems that addiction had gone over to Frost, and so it's a pretty big contributing factor to their deficit up until this point. Baron is up on the map, and now as we hit the 20-minute mark, probably not going to see a move onto that just yet. What's more likely that potentially we will see a move towards the Drake spawning in just over 2.5 minutes. TSI only one away from that sole point, but considering how far they are down, we gotta suspect that it's very likely going to the hands of TSI. Or Elysium, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, this is another thing that TSI have done really well throughout this series, the early Drakes, the early pressure. They've been very solid at confirming those early objectives, and it gives them so many more options as we head into this phase of the game. There is no longer a need to contest this Drake, right? Fourth Drake spawning on the Rift. If they lost the first two, and then you took that fight and lost the third, how different would this game be feeling right now? How different would it be looking if this is now the soul? Because Mango
Frost
is doing
in
this.
Trouble will drop the petrifying gaze. Mango got what he came for and turns away. No ult on Frost.
Yeah. He just chunked him for half HP, turned around, and already knew that he was safe enough to just keep on walking. The Petrifying Gaze, of course, only catching you if you're looking into the eye of the snake, as it's a Baron fake out here, but Scry's Bloom's going to more than detect the ruse that was underway. That is a TP in, though, from Tommy. They're not fully understanding where this is going.
Well, it's going to try to find its way onto Reckoning. The Dazzle's going to hit the mark. Gunny Thick's the one who secures the kill. The ult from Relic's not quite going to hit the mark, so Cosmic Radiance going to be dropped a little bit early from Gunny Thick. Not going to get a lot of value off the Terracle.
I feel like he's getting negative value off these ults right now. If every single time I've seen it used, it's causing indecision. It's causing confusion for his own team.
Flash forward from Relics to try to find the fight. Dazzle's going to slow things down a little bit longer. Telling Bucket's going to send Star Burrito to the death realm, but Turbo Flyer and Mango have arrived. The rocket, the Buster Shot from Wolfman going to slow things out a bit. Bonk down, Obliterate, secures a kill for Tommy Buckets, but he's now out of the death realm, and the rest of Elysium are there to trade it back. Turbo Flyer going to be the one to pick it up.
I was so excited to see that Darius finally be part of a team fight and he just got kicked straight out by Wolfman. Like, I'm not having any of this. You are not coming 1 meter close to me. Get out. Go away. Go kill my top lane. He's already gone 1 for 1. It's a nice play there from Tommy to do precisely that. Ends up being a 2 for 1 overall, as that was an attempt, but Gunny and Wolfman are safely back in the fountain. So an attempt is all that shall remain. -1 on the ultimates front. I guess they're from Reckoning, who are also -1 on the flash fronts, which is not great.
Yeah. The flash one definitely going to be a lot more impactful. The ult cooldown on the Twitch, not necessarily all that wrong. Another teleport going to be used this time from Frost, though. Are they? No, surely not, right? They're not. No.
YOLO flipped the game because it's starting to look desperate. It worked for them in game 3. He got them back into things, though they did have a pick before they did that.
Turbo Flyer is in the area.
He's still hitting them.
Mango was already taking up the Drake in the process. It was an attempt at a tempo play without Mango from the side of TSI, a valiant one at that, but Turbo Flyer just a bit too threatening, and TSI back away, having committed the teleport from Frost.
Yeah, I mean, that's just not what you need when you're already down. You use your potential for a cross map while the enemy team is doing Drake to threaten a Baron that you had no proper threat over and get 0 of the map under your control as a result. Afterwards, you're going to be able to push in, clear a couple of these wards on the lighter side of your own team, but it's you're still looking to get rid of these tier 1s in top, and you're still looking to get a tier 1 in mid. Using that amount of time to do nothing hurts.
Star Burrito, though, within the crosshairs of TSI. Relics has arrived. Mango's running as fast as possible to get up here. Solar Flare not going to hit Frost. Cosmic Gradient drops, but it will not protect Frost. It's a good Petrifying Gaze to slow things down as much as possible. But Frost finally gets killed up by Mango. Gunny going to be the next target. It's a good effort from the side of TSI, but that's all it will be. Elysium respond in kind, get 3 kills, they get the Baron, and
look at the minimap.
It's gone from I mean, yeah.
What is the idea there? What is the idea from TSI? They go full send onto a guy who actually is able to just escape, into Turbofly who has TP, Mango who is a volley bear and therefore basically is Warwick at this point. You have Twitch who is also faster than average. and a support who can have impact from pretty damn far away, I don't see the vision when your Mordekaiser is barely catching the wave at where the tier 1 used to be without CP.
Wolfman, though, is going to try to find the way onto Star Burrito, hit by the Nevermore, but I mean, I'm not sure if it mattered that he pulled Wolfman back, but still an interesting decision nonetheless. Wolfman gets a 7th kill of the game.
A positive play for TSI. They happen, right? They are there to be found on the Rift. You just got to pick and choose a little better. And sending 3 people topside when your Tristana doesn't fancy roaming up to match, and your Mordekaiser without TP is on the opposite side of the Rift clearing a wave, is just not it. So, okay, they get 1 back, but it still does not mitigate what we saw before. They still have to get 2 more kills to even think of coming close to the level of damage they inflicted upon themselves. They're going to try and find a hero to Relics, though.
Oh, they're going to get Reckoning first, and Reckoning going to be targeted out. So another positive play, and another 2 kills go the way of Wolfman. But all the while, the top lane Turbo Flyer popped the Ghost. And to be fair, the Miasma did quite a bit alongside with the Petrifying Gaze. But Turbo Flyer is too fast.
It probably would have been too fast, but you can at least force his flash if you just keep running away there as Frost. Like, the Miasma into the Petrifying Gaze and then bucket strategy could have been a lot more effective than the stick around, get pulled back, and Turbo Flyer doesn't even have to use flash to get the freebie back in the top side. As positive play again, found on mid though. Good catch out of both Reckoning and Relics. Good punish there by TSI, and they're also able to get a good chunk there on the tier 2. Get some vision around this Drake, but they won't be able to take it, of course. It's not there for the next 90 seconds.
Yeah, and setup also probably going to be very quickly removed by the side of Elysium, already moving towards the bottom half of the map to set up for said Drake. It is a vital one. It would be soul points to either team that picks up. It would be Kimtech soul point, just to specify, despite what the indicator in the top left might say. They probably would have already recognized that with the map that we've got. Yeah, it's been how many years since we've had Kimtech and Hextech, like Drake's added to the game, and yet we've still not yet to get a proper like marker for them in the Spectator, and that's
at least those Drakes appear under the scoreboard, right? At least it shows Chemtech.
Oh yeah, true. This is progress.
It's not like there's not a logo. It's just that logo doesn't exist in every single place.
Yeah, moving on. the less said about the issues of the Spectator, the better. Because now we've got a little death brush forming for the side of Elysium, knowing that they will maybe try to force out a play from TSI, who will be moving into the jungle.
Though. Like, this is just such a give angle. I know that your Tristana is strong, but she's approaching an item spike. She's not at the item spike, right? When you are ahead of the curve as a champion in League of Legends, you want to fight at your item spikes. If you're ahead of the curve by, say, half an item, and you're fighting at 3.5, the enemy has 3, you're not actually that far ahead. You need to be fighting at 4 versus 3. Wolfman needs to be waiting, and this Drake just has to be conceded.
It is conceded, but TSI still look interested in trying to find maybe a straggling member of Elysium. Won't find it here just yet, so they back away. Baron not on the table, so an interesting move to see everyone almost look as if they were maybe trying to find a threatening move onto it, despite it not being there.
Yeah, well, the Drake just went down, so everyone was like, "Oh, we should have had a fight there." But like, sometimes you don't have to. Right? It's just the usual flow of the game says, oh, "This was the timer for a fight. I have my summoners. I want to go kill people." And it's like, hold on, let's calm down a little bit. Not needed this time around. We can play the slow game. We have a couple of things we play around here, especially from TSI point of view. Looking towards this Tristana, we've pointed out before, Wolfman is very, very fed this game. 9 kills on a Tristana. This rat can run the Rift. Unfortunately, there is a bear who is coked out of his head right now, and Mango is piloting said cocaine bear. Very, very scary. You got to be careful. You got to pick and choose your battles and places to take a stand. I was not done with Hamilton.
We've been lied to. To be fair, that's probably a pleasant surprise that we've got. I mean, I've got I don't know, find one in there at some point.
It's so
get
easy
to
with
it.
words you
have,
say. Sometimes just like Lynn speaks to you, you know.
yeah. Some I get it. I get it. I think I might have one lined up. Depending on how things go.
Oh,
But we'll get to that when it comes to it. Which it might be a little bit until then, because we've got another Baron dance coming up in 40 seconds. I'm trying to remember the words of the
I think I know what you actually
Elizabeth
going
Schuyler song.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
forgetting helpless, whatever those were. Either
Hold
way, whoever might be a little bit helpless
The balance
is Mango.
shifts.
Chunked down to half HP. God.
I'm derailing this. I'm so sorry.
I mean, Wolfman's got a gun. He's got a gun. I don't really know where the ships are coming from on the side of TSI, but
You don't have to. The balance shifted. It's fine.
oh yeah. Well, we might do this Baron dance one last time potentially, depending how this fight goes. Though. Don't suspect we'll see one just yet, because it is another 2.5 minutes until the potential soul point Drake, or not potential soul point Drake, the soul point Drake goes the way of Elysium, that Chemtech soul on the board. We saw a 4 soul, Ocean Soul, to the side of TSI earlier that they were unable to capitalize on in Game 2. Elysium definitely looking like they are a little bit more likely to potentially capitalize on a 4 of a kind soul. At least as it stands, and what's their ability to win games has been so far in the series. But again, just under 2 minutes until that comes through.
I will say though, for a 4 Drake soul, Chemtech ain't it, right? It doesn't have
fair.
great
That's
synergy being the soul that matches the Drake that it gives, right? So Chemtech Drake gives heal and shield power.
Yeah.
Who cares about heal and shield power in this game? Maybe Mango.
Turbo Flyer, Mango.
It's like it's top and jungle that will always care about Chemtech Soul, Chemtech Drake rather. Chemtech Soul, very impactful actually in terms of like, what the soul itself can provide.
Mango. Yeah.
Because it makes you so much tanky and you do so much extra damage when you're low. Like the soul itself can be quite impactful. It's the Drakes along the way that make it somewhat less desirable, and having 4 of them doesn't really feel great either here. But I mean, you're going to take it at the same time, right? Because if Mango has even more healing shield power, then suddenly that Spirit Visage gets even more value, and the Oblivion Orb plus the Mortal Minor plus the Executions might not be enough.
At a bit of an odd angle. Not quite sure what Tommy Buckets or TSI saw on that play. Maybe Mango on the ward, but we'll lose Tommy Buckets' teleport basically for nothing.
Just a little bit of posturing though.
Oh, they might find Star Burrito though. Taking him quite low, back away from Bees. Relics now going to try to find a way in onto Star Burrito. And Wolfman's deleted by Reckoning. The Terstana is gone. And so any sort of power from the side of TSI goes with them. Mango's going to pick up Bees. Mango's running further down onto Tommy Buckets. Gunny's exhausted and now claimed by Reckoning. It's a 5-4-0 ace going the way of Elysium. And once again, out of nowhere, we've got a random fight in the mid lane that will win the game for Elysium.
Yeah, and I would like to point out the summoners on the right-hand side of your screen. There are 3 flashes remaining on TSI and a cleanse. 3 flashes unused in the fight that decides the series. That's the type of thing that just cannot happen if you're TSI. They go out with a whimper, and Elysium are happy to just take the random all-in over mid-pro before the Soul Drake, and they take down the series. It was scrappy. It was not a complete performance from
was it
Elysium.
Scrappy and hungry? Okay,
that's right there. It was right there. Oh my god, that's all for me. That's so bad.
Well, either way, congratulations to Elysium in that game 3. Finally, kind of living up to the expectations that we had for them in that series, closing it out in a dominant fashion. TSI will unfortunately go out, but to be fair to them, I don't think anybody expected them to push Elysium as much as they did here in this one row.
Yeah, they put up one hell of a fight against a team that is at was deservedly at the top of BOL Prem for so long in the regular season. Whether they're quite the same side they once were after what we saw last week, and maybe even what we saw at the start of this week, who knows? But they are still the 1C for a reason. They are still very, very competitive in BOL Premier, and they will now be moving on to the next phase of the lower bracket. And I think from Elysium's point of view, they have to put this in the rearview mirror and say, one down, three more best of fives to go.
Yeah, and it will start, or not necessarily start, but it will continue on next week against Conduit. And continuing on with next week's action in the Blue Otter Premier League, Literal Monkeys will also be facing off against Final Boss in the upper brackets semifinals over there. So up until next week, we will have to call it here tonight on this Blue Otter League broadcast. I've been Isaac, running things alongside me has been Rue. Running things behind the scenes has been Pop Tarts. Thank you as always for bringing us the nice camera work and some of the emphasis on some of the points that Rue had with the
Extra humor.
division.
It was amazing.
Yeah. No, it was great. It's always great having Pop Tart running things behind the scenes, and it's great to be here. And thank you to everyone at Blue Otter League for having us on. But as I said, that will be it from us tonight. Have a good one, everyone. We hope to see you next week.